Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Vivian, your MC for today. On behalf of the organizers, a very warm welcome to our distinguished speakers, guests, and participants. We are delighted to gather here during Hong Kong FinTech Week for a special first. The first time Glyve has convened its global network of partners, stakeholders, and innovators to advance the role of digital organization identity in the economy. Today, we will hear from policymakers, industry leaders, and practitioners on the goals and challenges of building an open, trusted digital economy. We will engage in thoughtful debate on digital infrastructures that meet the diverse needs of governments and industries across borders. And we will celebrate and learn from the finalists of the first global vLEI Hackathon, showcasing vLEI-enabled solutions in trade digitization, supply chain resilience, and trade and SME finance, following their recent presentations in New York on Web3 infrastructure and digital asset markets. Please stay with us for the crucial section this afternoon, here in this room, where our finalists will present their work, putting theory into practice, followed by the awards for Theme 2 of the Global vLEI Hackathon. Firstly, a brief introduction before we invite our hosts for welcoming remarks. Mr. Alexandre Kesh is the CEO of Glyve, previously head of digital securities at Six Digital Exchange. He oversaw the full business vertical. Over 25 years, he has built a unique career across finance at BNY Mellon, payments, securities infrastructures, and standards at Swift, and blockchain and digital access at on-chain custodian, and most recently, Citi Ventures. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Alexandre Kesh to deliver his opening remarks. Round of applause, please.
Better. So thank you very much for being here. I'm always happy to come back to Hong Kong. It's a city I love, and we chose Hong Kong not for a bad reason, for a very good reason, that it's really at the center of innovation in Asia, and what a better place that it can be for our first global vLEI hackathon standing, I would say, in Asia Pacific. So thank you very, very much for all the partners that helped us organize this event today. The Global LEI Foundation, as you know, is aiming at identifying legal entities all over the world for many different use cases. It started with capital markets. It's now going into cross-border payments, trade, supply chain management, and identification of companies is important in an analog way, knowing who they are, who they own, having reference data that you can use for reconciliation or for transparency or for risk management. But it's even better when you can verifiably prove that the entity you are conversing with on an internet platform, a Web3 platform, for example, is effectively the organization you are supposed to talk to. As digital becomes more and more prominent in our day-to-day life, so is fraud, so is impersonation, so is trust issues, because of the fact that sometimes the way systems works today are not secure enough. And that's one of the objectives of the vLEI, is to bring trust again on digital platforms, be it Web 2 platform, Web 3 platforms, through the usage of decentralized identity and verifiable credential and the carry infrastructure. So I'm not going to be very long, and you're not going to hear a lot from me today, because we want really to leave the space to specialists, to users, to practitioners, to tech and vendors who have built solutions on the vLEI, and that we will present a bit more a bit later. And without further ado, I would like to invite you for your Ava and our main sponsor today, and our host in Hong Kong to support with the introduction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh, for setting the stage so powerfully. Next, a brief introduction for our co-host. Ms. Eva Chan is the founder and CEO of Certizen Technology Limited. For over 2 decades, she has championed cryptographic systems to secure smart city development, driving deep integration between cryptography and smart urban innovation, and supporting cyberspace security, smart devices, and the digital economy. Please welcome Ms. Eva Chan to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Okay, good morning, Tony, Alex, Ronald, and distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, and friends. It is a great honor to welcome you all to Hong Kong for the first Global Forum on Digital Organization Identity. On behalf of Certizen, a qualified verifiable credential identifier issuer, authorized by vLEI, I'm so proud to stand here as a co-host of this important event, together with vLEI and the Asia PKI Consortium. First, my sincere thanks to vLEI for choosing Hong Kong as the only Asian destinations for this global forum. These decisions recognize Hong Kong's strength as an international finance center and its growing role as a hub for innovation and digital trust. It also reflects confidence in Asia leadership in shaping the global digital future. I would also like to thank the Asia PKI Consortium for uniting so many of our representatives from over 13 countries and regions across the Asia Pacific. And special thanks to Ibrahim, who contributes go far beyond providing the excellent real-time translation service we see today. Ibrahim stands an important part of Hong Kong digital legal infrastructure, promoting online dispute resolutions, cross-border legal collaborations. Its translation technology is a powerful symbol of innovation, breaking language barrier and enabling true understanding among participants from around the world. We are gathered in a truly remarkable region, the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, or GBA. It's a unique one country, two systems, three jurisdictions, three customs territories, and three different currencies. Few regions in the world attempt such deep integrations. This complexity is our challenge, but also our greatest opportunity. The GBA is a living laboratory for the digital future, where we can design and test new models of cross-border trust and collaboration. As a QVI, Certizen is helping to turn this vision into reality. Our mission is to build bridges of trust across the GBA. We are already seeing how the verifiable legal entity identifier, we call it vLEI, is transforming cooperations between sectors. In education, we partner with the university, for instance, secure verifications of academic credentials. In health, we work with hospitals and clinics to make cross-border verification faster and more reliable. Through vLEI, we are creating a world where trust travels as free as data, empowering people and organizations to connect with confidence. And this is just the start. The same trust framework can support trade by speeding up document and company verification, supply chain by ensuring each partner is trust and accountabilities, finance by making transactions safer and more transparent. With vLEI, this ecosystem will become more connected, transparent, and trustworthy. What we are building in GBA has global significance. If the vLEI framework can succeed here, it can become a global standard for organizational identity and trust. This mission is even more vital in the AI era. Machines and automatic systems must also know who and what to trust. The vLEI provides that missing layer, a secure machine verifiable identity, the very foundations of the trust for the digital future. Together, we have a rare opportunity to build a trust digital economy in the GBA and extend this model worldwide. Certizen is committed to this mission. Let us work together to create a digital world that is intelligent, connected, trustworthy for everyone. Finally, I wish great success to this hackathon. May it be inspire bold ideas and new partnerships for a faster, safer, smarter digital future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chan, for your inspiring welcome. We now move to our keynote section, setting the context for the forum. Digital identity is central to public policy, cross-border collaboration, and a trusted digital economy. We are honored to hear perspectives from Hong Kong's Digital Policy Office, EBRAM International Online Dispute Resolution Center, and the Asia PKI Consortium. Our first keynote speaker, IR Tony Wong, JP, Commissioner for Digital Policy, Digital Policy Office, Hong Kong SAR. As the Commissioner for Digital Policy, Tony leads the Digital Policy Office in the formulation of data-driven, user-centric, and outcome-based policy and measures that steer government bureau and departments in accelerating the development of digital government to enhance efficiency and quality of government services for the benefits of citizens and businesses. He also oversees the overall policies, strategies, and initiatives on digital government, data governance, and information technology, as well as driving the development of local digital infrastructure and digital industry, strengthening governance of government IT projects, and cybersecurity. Please welcome IR Tony Wong, JP, to deliver his keynote address.
Alex, Eva, Ronald, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And for those who come afar to Hong Kong, welcome to Hong Kong again. And I'm pleased to join you all at today's Global Organizational Identity, the vLEI Hackathon 2025. This prestigious event, co-organized by the Global Legal Entities Identifier Foundation, or GLIFE, the Hong Kong Public Key Infrastructure Forum, and the Asia Public Key Infrastructure Consortium, serve as an excellent platforms for exchanging the ideas, fostering collaborations, and advancing the adoption of digital identity technologies to ensure the trust, interoperabilities, and economic resilience in our cyberspace. In fact, I should have prepared my speech in Cantonese so I can really stress test this instant translation. But I'm sure my Chinglish, my Chinese style English will serve this purpose well. As we all gathered under the theme of shaping the future of digital organizational identity, together, trade, supply chain resilience, and SME finance. I would like to stress that the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government has long been championing the development of digital public infrastructures, and in particular, the digital identity, to support the rapid development of digital economies and smart city for Hong Kong. My office is responsible for formulating digital-driven, people-centric, and outcome-based digital policy to enhance our government efficiency and service quality, providing better service to citizens and business sectors. We spearhead the development of digital governments and promote the adoption of advanced technologies by government departments in providing public service, formulating policies, and implementing measures on data governance and applications, as well as ensure the adequacy and securities and robustness of the digital infrastructures and foster collaboration with both local industry and the Chinese mainland on the connectivities and digital infrastructures and data. I would like to share with you some of the latest development of the Hong Kong SAR government on digital identities. As part of our efforts to shape the future of digital identities, we have launched the IM Smart, the flagship mobile apps of the government, serving as a one-stop digital service platform that provides a single, secure digital personal identity for Hong Kong citizens to log into and use online service for both government as well as commercial organizations. Building on these foundations, extending from individuals to corporations, we are also developing at full speed the Digital Corporate Identity or COP ID platform, and also known as the business version of IM Smart, and targeting for public launch by the end of next year, providing digital corporate identities and related service to Hong Kong corporations. We will launch a COP ID sandbox program at the end of this year to enable corporations and government departments to conduct proof of concept, testings, and developments of applications that can better meet the market demands. The COP ID will serve as a secure digital key for business transactions with both the governments and commercial sectors. At the core of this initiative, the COP ID platform will provide digital corporate identity, enabling corporations to perform corporate identity authentication, including the identities and verification of business owners, directors, and authorized personnel. It would also provide digital signings at corporate level, mimicking the traditional stamping of a company chop, but providing much higher security level. Other key features including pre-filling of forms in e-service using registered data, and a document wallet for holding digital license and permits issued by different government departments. This all-encompassing solution will, together with facilitating corporations to go through corporate identity authentication and corporate signature verification in a secure, convenient, and efficient manner when they use digital government service, such as applying for registration, license, government subsidies, or conduct online business transactions. This will also save time and reduce human error in handling business, thereby simplifying the application process and verifying the documents more efficiently. Moreover, COP ID platforms will help reduce administrative burden on corporations in their operations, hence further promoting adoption of digital government service by corporations and accelerating the digital transformation of business in Hong Kong, especially our small and medium-sized enterprise. The design of COP ID platform will cover both government to business and business to business e-service provided by government departments as well as our public and private organizations. All corporate-related digital government service will be required to support the use of COP ID in future, with a view for promoting digital transformation of our enterprise, leading to improved service qualities and operational efficiency. To extend global reach of COP ID, we are actively pursuing opportunity to explore the use of LEI and vLEI with the COP ID ecosystem. This initiative reflects our commitment to aligning with international standards, fostering interoperabilities, and playing the role of Hong Kong as a super connector, a key topic that will be further explored in the upcoming panel discussion on cross-boundary identity exchange. This prospective collaboration holds the potential to support automatic, globally recognized identity verification for Know Your Customer process, regulatory compliance, e-invoicing, and trade finance, etc., while boosting SME inclusion across Asian and the Belt and Road countries. We envisage COP ID user and service provider in trade, supply chain, and SME finance can leverage vLEI for KYC to facilitate financing and other services. The focus on inclusive global growth of SME will also be critical point of discussion in the panel, as we seek to lower the barriers for businesses to participate in global trade and finance. To promote digital identity adoptions, the Crop ID platforms will closely integrate with our IM Smart platforms, which now serve over 3.8 million users, with more than 1,300 e-services and government e-forms to offer instant identity verification for corporations and individuals that are tailored support. As outlined in the Chief Executive's 2025 policy address announced in September this year, an AI assistant will be further developed to enhance IM Smart and the COP ID by answering inquiry, providing personalized service, and recommending funding schemes and support for corporations, especially our SME. As the next step, as mentioned before, the COP ID Sandbox program will be launched at the end of this year. All corporations, e-service providers, and other stakeholders are welcome to test and shape these platforms, and your involvement will definitely be crucial in this success. I would like to invite you all to join our COP ID Sandbox program, and it will be free of charge. Ladies and gentlemen, the emergence and rapid evolutions of digital organizational identity present ample opportunities for business upgrading and transformation that we all cannot miss. The Hong Kong SAR government will continue to champion these opportunities and leverage the transformative potential to deliver better public service and economic growth. I firmly believe that all organizations, from SMEs to global enterprise, will benefit from the verifiable digital identities to enhance their efficiency, trust, and competitiveness in the connected world. I anticipate that the insight from prominent leaders and experts of this forum will spark innovative ideas, especially in leveraging vLEI and its partners for collaborations. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to remind all Hong Kong citizens another important initiatives of Hong Kong. The Legislative Council will be held its general election on the December 7th. This election is of utmost importance for accelerating the development of Hong Kong's economies and improving our people's livelihood. So I will encourage all Hong Kong citizens to actively participate to help electing capable and committed legislators who will work for us to build a more prosperous and better future for our cities. In closing, I wish you all enjoy a fruitful exchange today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong, for your valuable insights. We now mark the inauguration of the Global Forum on Digital Organization Identity with a celebratory launch. Now, may I invite the following officiating guests to the stage. Mr. Alexandra Cash, CEO, vLEI. Ms. Eva Chan, Founder and CEO, Certizen Technology Limited. IR Tony Wong, JP, Commissioner for Digital Policy Office, Hong Kong SAR. Mr. Ronald Sum, JP, Vice Chairman, EBRAM International Online Dispute Resolution Center. Mr. Jackson Leung, Vice President, the Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong. Mr. Michael Lai, President, the Hong Kong General Chamber of Small and Medium Businesses. Mr. Ivan Mortimer Schutz, Global Head of vLEI. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite our officiating guests to place your hands on the screen. Audience, we need your energy. Please join in a big countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations on the official launch of GLIVE Global Forum on Digital Organization Identity. And a welcome to Hong Kong. Round of applause. We're very happy to witness the official launch of GLIVE Global Forum on Digital Organization Identity. Please wait for a moment. We're moving the chairs to the center for guests to be seated. One moment, please. Thank you to our officiating guests. Please be seated. Okay. We will now invite our speakers of technical workshop and industry roundtable in the morning section, together with the moderators and panelists in the afternoon for a brief group photo. Once again, our heartfelt thanks to everyone for your professional insights. May we have the moderators and panelists from row 2 for our group photo, rows 2 and 3. Let's all come out and join for the group photo, please. Thank you. And let's move us slightly forward. Thanks, our guests. Let's stay warm and close together for this big group photo. Okay, when we're ready, let's look at the camera in front, the photographer in the middle. Three, two, one, smile. One more. Thank you. With our speakers and moderators, panelists, please be seated. We now invite members of the Asia PKI Consortium to the stage for a photo. First, may we invite Mr. Biju Vagiz, Vice Chairman, Mr. William G., Vice Chairman, Mr. Vijaya Kumar Manjunatha, Secretary General, Mr. Subramanian T., Zoho Corp., Mr. Filippo Chiachi Namirio, Mr. Hamid Tofiki, Iran Center for E-Commerce Development, Mr. Tejas Lagat, Nexus, Mr. MD Masudur Rahman, Dohatek New Media, Mr. Edwin Jai, Trust Asia, Mr. Amir Sohaimi Hassan, Post DigiCert, and Mr. Yasser Dezuki, EMHA BTC, Mr. Yensu Kim, Kisa, Ms. To Thi Thu Wong, NEAC MST, Mr. AM Kiran, eMudra, Mr. Rumit Shah, JISA Infotech. Okay, when we're ready, we can look at the camera in front of us. One more. Let's give a like. Thumbs up. Right hand thumbs up. Thank you to the Asia PKI Consortium representatives. Please be seated. Now, may we also welcome representatives of vLEI end users for the stage for a photo. First, let's invite Ms. Josephine Lee, YYT Technology Hub Limited. Dr. Richard Choi, We MedTech Asia Limited. Mr. Gary Ching, Macau Yin Kui Hospital. Mr. Eric Shiu, Greater Bay Area Medical Professional Development Association. Ms. Grace Chan, Manulife International Limited. Mr. Stanley Lee, Kwun Chung Bus Holdings Limited. Dr. Raymond Wong, I Recycle Charity Foundation. Ms. Tinny Yip, eBram International Online Dispute Resolution Center. Dr. Rosiah Ho, Lingnan University. Lastly, Mr. Alan Wong, Endus Fit System Limited. When we're ready, let's look at the camera in front of us. Okay, one more with a thumbs up like for the group photo. Thank you to our members from APKIC and vLEI end user representatives. Please be seated. And our officiating guests can also be seated. Thank you very much. Now, may we invite our second keynote speaker, Mr. Ronald Sum JP, Vice Chairman of the eBram International Online Dispute Resolution Center. eBram tasks itself with elevating now we'll have a group photo with everyone together. Thank you for our staff and helpers for moving the props in front of us for this big group photo. Okay, let's be ready for this big photo. Let's look at the photographer in front. Three, two, one, cheese. And let's all give a like. Thank you. Okay, now may we invite our second keynote speaker, Mr. Ronald Sum JP, Vice Chairman of the EBRAM International Online Dispute Resolution Center. EBRAM tasks itself with elevating Hong Kong's arbitration and mediation services and building capacity to meet the rapidly expanding demand for dispute resolution services across the borders. This is accomplished by utilizing innovative technologies to enable the city to eventually become a law tech center and hub for international business, dispute avoidance and resolution, in collaboration with global organizations and participating economies such as the Asia-Pacific Economy Cooperation APEC, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, Belt and Road Countries, and beyond. Please welcome Mr. Ronald Sum to deliver his keynote address. Round of applause, please.
There was quite a engineering being done a couple of minutes ago here. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Alex, Tony and Eva just walked out. Welcome and good morning. And for those guests coming from afar, welcome to Hong Kong. I was told that the weather will be getting better within the next day or so because it was drizzling out there. And it is my great honor and pleasure to represent EBRAM International Online Dispute Resolution Center, I just call it EBRAM, to join this global forum on digital organizational identity today, and to deliver this keynote speech. Now, in recent years, as the Belt and Road Initiative continues to expand, cross-border trade and cooperations have flourished across regions. Yet, with growing opportunities come growing legal complexities. Now, businesses engaging in international transactions often face challenges from different legal systems, languages, and business cultures. When businesses invest in another jurisdiction or in another country, it is inevitable that there will be disputes. Now, the risk of investment. Now, traditional dispute resolution mechanisms, whether in-person litigation, in-person arbitration, can at times be too slow, too costly, and too rigid to meet the pace of this modern global commerce. Now, these realities compel us to ask a crucial question. How can we leverage technology to make business transactions and dispute resolution more efficient, transparent, and accessible to all businesses, whether big or small, while safeguarding fairness and due process? Now, the rapid progress of technology has already provided part of the answer. Artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, and cloud-based communications are reshaping how legal services are delivered. ODR, online dispute resolution, now allows parties from different jurisdictions to participate in mediation or arbitration virtually without the need to travel. Electronic signatures, secure data storage, and automated document management enhance both convenience and confidentiality. AI-powered transcription and translation tools are bridging language gaps that once hindered international cooperations. Now, I will tell you a little story I encountered during the pandemic. What's happened then was that everything stops. I think no one can dispute that everything keeps going during the pandemic. People paid for arbitration, witnesses coming, arbitrators coming, and everything stops, just stops. Now, how do we get from there to here. Technology is how we get from everything stops to here, ODR, online dispute resolutions. Now, these innovations are gradually redefining what justice can look like in the digital age. Hong Kong is uniquely positioned to play a leading role in transformation. We have a strong common law system, a trusted legal environment, world-class professional services, and advanced digital infrastructure. I know that in Hong Kong, there are 933 law firms from 47 jurisdictions and speaks over 60, 70 different languages. And this is what Hong Kong can provide. Now, these quantities makes Hong Kong an ideal bridge connecting legal and technological developments between China mainland and the wider international economies. Now, against this backdrop, a group of legal and technology professions in Hong Kong came together in 2018 to establish IBRAM, International Online Dispute Resolution Center. Now, our aim was simple yet ambitious, to explore how innovation and technology could complement the law and to develop practical tools that make dispute resolution more accessible and more affordable. Now, since IBRAM's inception, it has developed and operated secure online platforms that integrate artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, and real-time multilingual communications. And by working with trusted strategic partners like Certizen Technology Limited, we together explore how the vLEI, Legal Entity Identifier, and of course now the vLEI, the Verifiable Legal Entity Identifier, can be integrated into our law tech platforms to enable automated and instantaneous verification of an organization's identity, and how these tools can eliminate source of fraud and prevent delay in digital legal processes. The goal is not to replace traditional proceedings, but to enhance them, to complement them, making justice more efficient and inclusive while maintaining procedural integrity. Now, through these efforts, we have seen how technology can streamline procedures, shorten case timelines, and reduce costs, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises. More importantly, it empowers businesses to resolve disputes promptly, allowing them to refocus on growth and collaborations. Now, as lawyers will say, justice delayed is justice denied. Now, yet beyond resolution lies another essential aspects: prevention, risk prevention. Many cross-border disputes arise long before any contract is formed, often due to miscommunications, inconsistent documentations, or lack of trusted verifications. To address this, we have worked to integrate digital tools that strengthen transparency and trust at the transactional stage before any disputes. For example, through verified business directories, contract templates with dispute resolution clauses, and secure e-signature systems. Now, these functions help businesses establish clear terms, manage risk, and build confidence with partners before dispute occurs. The value of legal technology lies not merely in speed or automation. Its true significance is in how to broaden access to justice, allowing the rule of law to reach further to serve more people and more kinds of enterprises. As I said, big or small enterprises, or even individuals. Through technology, We can make legal services more inclusive, enabling SMEs, startups, and emerging players to new markets to obtain fair and affordable legal support. In this way, technology has become not a disruptor or justice, but a powerful enabler of it. Looking ahead, the convergence of law and technology will only deepen. AI-generated meeting summaries and documents, blockchain-verified evidence, and cross-border data sharing, these are no longer abstract ideas, but emerging realities. Our duty as legal professions are to ensure that these tools are used responsibly, guided by ethics, fairness, and respect for the due process. We must not only use technology, we must shape it, ensuring it serves justice rather than mere convenience. Now, to let you on a little secret, one of the founders of EBRAM, the Law Society of Hong Kong, are currently looking at how to regulate its members, that means all lawyers in Hong Kong, on legal technologies, whether law firms use certain technologies, how to use the verifier, etc. This is how the Hong Kong legal professions are shaping the legal technology side. Before I conclude, I would like to extend an open invitation to all of you, from academia, industry experts, and public sectors, to collaborate in building a smarter, fairer, and more connected legal ecosystem. By combining our professional expertise with technological innovations, we can strengthen Hong Kong's role as a bridge contributing to the high-quality development of the Belt and Road Initiative. Let us embrace this opportunity together to stand at the forefront of change, to make justice in the digital era not only faster, but also more inclusive, more transparent, and more human. So I'm not going to stand between you and the professional speakers. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sum, for the forward-looking perspective. Our final keynote speaker, Mr. Vijay Manjunatha, is Secretary General of the Asia PKI Consortium. Established in 2001, the consortium actively works on adoption and awareness of PKI technology across its members' economies. The objective of the consortium is to promote interoperability among PKIs in countries or areas in the Asia-Oceania region, and to activate e-commerce utilizing PKIs in the region, coordinates cross-border PKI policies and technologies, studies e-transaction laws and regulations, and accelerates standardization and interoperability across its members. Now, please welcome Mr. Vijay Manjunatha to deliver his keynote address. Mr. Vijay, please.
Thank you. Ellarigu namaskara. Good morning. So it's a great pleasure and honor to join this important event jointly hosted by vLEI and Certizen. Thanks to both of you for inviting me. And this event brings together leaders and experts from across the trust ecosystem. And that's where Asia PK Consortium comes in. My sincere thanks once again for this kind invitation, and congratulations on organizing this collaborative platform in Hong Kong, a hub of innovation and trusted digital transformation. I represent APKIC, Asia PK Consortium. As Eva has already introduced today, we are a body which unites trust service providers, government agencies, and standards organizations across Asia.
So we have members, as she mentioned, having members from more than 13 countries, and we are having dialogues with at least 5 to 6 countries right now for their onboarding as well. So this is progressing as a very vibrant platform for Asia to secure digital transactions. Our mission is to promote mutual recognition, interoperability, and trust frameworks across borders, leveraging PKI, digital signatures, and authentication technologies. For over 2 decades, the consortium and its members have played a central role in policy alignment, technical standardization, and capacity building across the region. The focus of today's dialogue, digital innovation, identity, and organizational ID, is more relevant than ever. As digital transformation accelerates globally, trust becomes the foundation upon which every secure interaction depends. Organizational identities backed by cryptographic assurance are crucial to transparency, compliance, and accountability in the digital economy. Whether it's corporation signing a contract, a regulator verifying credentials, or a financial institution validating counterparty identity, trust anchors every interaction. gLEI's work with the legal entity identifier has been a transformative step in creating a globally recognized framework for organizational trust. LEIs bridge the gap between legal, financial, and digital ecosystems, creating a trusted layer of verified organizational identity. We at the consortium strongly support gLEI's efforts and see immense opportunity for synergy between LEIs and PKI-based digital certificates, especially as we move toward verifiable credentials and interoperable identity models. We are also closely aligned with the initiatives of Verifiable Trade Foundation, which advances open cryptographically verifiable data exchange. Similarly, we recognize the ICC Digital Standards Initiative, DSI, for its leadership in promoting trusted digital trade, where identity and authentication plays very critical role. These initiatives together are shaping the next generation of trust infrastructure, one that is inclusive, standardized, as well as globally interoperable. And that is what all of us are working on. The consortium is committed to supporting these global movements by aligning regional policies, contributing technical expertise, and promoting cross-border recognition of trust services. We are working with different global organizations towards bringing a lot of interoperability and making transactions truly borderless. Across Asia, governments are building robust digital public infrastructure. We should not miss it. It's covering digital identity, electronic signatures, as well as secure data exchange. PKI forms the invisible trust backbone for these systems, enabling billions of secure transactions daily. We are seeing it happening in a scale in India, where I come from. We are seeing it happening now in Europe, a lot of traction in Africa, and it's a global movement. So DPI is happening. So as countries now explore mutual recognition and cross-border authentication, it is crucial that we integrate global identifiers like LEI and align with emerging frameworks such as verifiable credentials and decentralized identifiers. This convergence of PKI and LEI can bring a truly borderless trust ecosystem supporting international trade, finance, and e-governance. The world is moving towards a model where trust must be portable, verifiable, and interoperable across jurisdictions. By working together with gLEI and organizations like Verifiable Trade Foundation and global ecosystems, like what we do in Asia PK Consortium, we can enable global trust assurance frameworks that empower both individuals as well as organizations. Our shared vision should be to ensure that every digital interaction, whether between people, organizations, or machines, can be trusted by its own design. Once again, I thank gLEI, Certizen, and all partners for this opportunity to collaborate and exchange ideas. The Asia PK Consortium looks forward to continued cooperation in building trusted, interoperable digital identity framework that strengthen global digital ecosystem. Together, our mission is to build borderless digital transactions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay, for those important regional insights. And thank you to all our keynote speakers for an excellent opening. Now, On this special occasion, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Cyberport for the strong support of our event. We are honored that today's program is held alongside Cyberport's annual flagship event, the Cyberport Venture Capital Forum, wholly owned by the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government. Cyberport is Hong Kong's digital tech hub and AI accelerator, with a vision to empower industry digitalization and intelligent transformation, promoting the digital economy and AI development, and help position Hong Kong as an international hub for AI, innovation, and technology. Now, we would like to invite Cyberport CEO Dr. Rocky Cheng to deliver his remarks. Please welcome Dr. Rocky Cheng.
Good morning, Alice, Eva, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to see you all at the Global Forum on Digital Organization Identity, and welcome to Cyberport today. This event is more than a forum or a hackathon. It's a platform for insightful exchange where developers, architects, policymakers, and industry leaders come together to share and shape the future of digital identity. Today's program covers a wide range of topics from trade digitalization, and supply chain finance to digital ID infrastructure, with a real-world pilot experiences shared by experts across sectors. Cyberport is home to over 2,300 technology companies, where the innovators are building impactful solutions using AI, data science, cybersecurity, and blockchain or Web3 technologies. As Hong Kong's Web 3.0 hub, Cyberport hosts over 300 blockchain and Web3 companies, including unicorns and licensed virtual asset platforms, funders from nearly 20 countries and regions from a strong network for collaboration, membership, and market access. Through our incubation program and broader ecosystem support, Cyberport plays a key role in advancing Hong Kong's blockchain and digital asset landscape. We connect companies to opportunities in technology adoption, investment, and access to mainland and local markets. We also help translate R&D outcomes into practical applications, promote blockchain use in business and society, raise public awareness, and nurture Web3 talents. To drive real-world adoption, we launched the Blockchain and Digital Pilot Subsidy Scheme in June this year. From over 200 applications received, 9 projects were selected, covering areas such as asset tokenization, payments, security, risk management, and decentralized digital ID. These pilots are not just a trial. They are benchmarks for scalable adoption, hoping Hong Kong's lead in practical blockchain innovation. And we hope those pilot projects can set a benchmark to the coming investors or the R&D companies. In particular, accelerating the real-life implementation of blockchain better digital ID solutions is essential. So supporting these applications is key to build trust, improving efficiency, and enabling inclusive digital transformation. So as we move forward, collaboration between technology leaders, regulators, and industry stakeholders will be critical to unlocking the full potential of digital trust frameworks. So thank you for joining us today. Let's keep moving forward to make digital identity are more secure, accessible, and useful for everyone to benefit all of the citizens in Hong Kong and worldwide. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Araki Cheng. Now, before our coffee, I would like to have a brief introduction of the rundown today. From 11 to 12:30, there will be 2 concurrent breakout sections. Industry Roundtable. If you are invited or would like to observe, please proceed to 4th floor, Core E, about a 3-minute walk from here. Please follow Miss Camilla Bullock. Camilla, may I kindly ask if you can raise your hand, please? Please follow this lady in red. And technical workshop. Please return to this room, the training theater, at 11 o'clock. Esteban will lead the workshop. Esteban, would you please raise your hand? After the 2 concurrent breakout sections, there will be a lunch break. For those guests holding a Cyberport CVCF admission badge, you are invited to join the buffet lunch at the designated area, just next to this venue. For guests without a CVCF admission badge, we appreciate your understanding that lunch service is reserved for badge holders. Please feel free to arrange your own lunch nearby, and we look forward to welcoming you back here at 2 o'clock for the afternoon sections. For members of APKIC, please proceed to the lunch venue according to the arrangements mentioned at yesterday's General Assembly. This afternoon, we will host 3 panel discussions and the presentation of finalists of our hackathon. A cocktail reception for all participants will begin at approximately 6 p.m., just next to this venue, following the conclusion of the afternoon sessions. Thank you all. Enjoy the break, and we look forward to seeing you. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the GLIVE Global Forum on Digital Organization Identity here at Cyberport. We now move into the most interactive part of today's program, our expert panel discussions and hackathon finalist presentations. Throughout the afternoon, global leaders and innovators will explore how digital organizational identity is transforming trade, finance, and the digital public infrastructure that underpins trust across borders. Each panel will run for about 45 minutes, followed by a short transition before the next section. To begin, we are honored to present panel 1, titled Digital Org ID and its role in the next phase of trade digitization and supply chain finance. This section explores how organizational digital identity is driving transparency, interoperability, and automation across global trade ecosystems. Please welcome our moderator, Pamela Marr, head of the ICC Digital Standards Initiative, and our distinguished panelists, which are vLEI, Trade Go, Rachel Pan, Associate Dean, Trade Research Institute, Stefan Wolf, Verifiable Trade Foundation, and Lin Feng Tao, Head of Product QCC Tech. Now, Pamela, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to take the microphone and we're going to hand it to our speakers. Okay, so for the ease of microphone logistics, we're going to do the introductions from the right. Okay, so the MC has just introduced you. Maybe you could just tell us, like, what does your company do and where is your interface with digital identity?
Testing. So my name is Lin Fen, and here we at QCC, we focus on eKYC, help our clients in financial sectors and digital trading and supply chain to be able to verify their clients, suppliers online quickly, efficiently. And we also help financial institutions in regarding AML, CTF sectors, and that's what we've been doing.
Okay, so you've already implemented the LEI in your system, right?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
what do you do with clients who don't have one?
Actually,
get it?
actually, we are the one of the leading corporate intelligence company in China, Cha, and we also implemented a special user interface that facilitates our China supplier to apply and register a LEI in through our website. Yes.
Okay, so any company, global or local, has to have an LEI, right?
Yes, I believe.
Okay, all right. That's a good start. Okay, Rachel.
Hi, I'm Rachel Pan from AO Trade. AO Trade is a technology company, and we provide solutions for global trading, aiming to provide end-to-end digitalization solution to all the players in global trade. And for digital identity, actually, it's the first layer of our protocol, which is a basis to perform digital trading on the network. For vLEI, actually, it's the first try run for us in the hackathon. We have started the conversation with Zhang Zong years ago, and we are aiming to become one of the qualified vLEI issuers in the coming days or coming months.
Okay, just one question about your company. You said that your aim is to be the end-to-end digitalization platform, right? Where is your starting point? Because you don't start on the whole chain. You start in a given point where you think there's the most opportunity. So where is your starting point? Where's most of your business? Not geographically, but where on the supply chain is most of your business?
Actually, we have many real use cases in the past 3 years. We started since 2023 with a great cargo owner, COFCO, for the first try run between China and Singapore. Of course, it's based on the interoperability framework built upon AO Trade framework plus Trade Trust framework. Trade Trust is a framework issued by Singapore government, IMDA. So I think that's a precondition to start end-to-end global trade on the platform.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Li Bing.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Li Bing from Trigo. Trigo was set up in Singapore 2021, and we are serving as a digital platform for international trading, especially for commodity trading. And actually, we are our main product. I think the core product is EBL, and we are honored to be a QVI by June this year. So we are a QVI now, so we can issue vLEI. But when we apply for QVI qualification, because we want to use the vLEI system to like kind of replace Trigo own KYC system, because the EBL is transferred and issued across borders. So a very, the very unique vLEI, the identity is very important to Trigo's business. Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Stefan.
Thank you. Actually, I have two hats on my head. Let me start with my first hat. The International Chamber of Commerce runs an initiative called the Digital Standards Initiative. Pamela Ma is the managing director there, together with the Enterprise Singapore, Asian Development Bank, WTO, WCO. And in order to support this initiative, a kind of like advisory group was created representing industry around the world. And I have the honor to be the chair of that group. And during that,
and we are very grateful to Stefan. So
thank you. You said this in public. We now have a record of this. In that role and before, when I worked with Life, I learned a lot about the issues when it comes to digitalization. And most people today believe that digitalization is a platform play, you know, the next blockchain, the next central solution, the next here, the next there. But I want to be frank with you. I do not believe in one size fits all in the world. We have a multipolar world. Different geographies would not accept platforms from the other side and so on and so forth. And that is why a team of now over 30 experts and I created a new foundation, a not-for-profit foundation, developing a standard protocol between platforms so that you can share information seamlessly without the need to hook onto one platform. And the link to the LEI, this protocol should be identity-centric with verification and crypto and all of that. And that's why we've chosen the vLEI as the building block for addressing those needs.
Okay, thank you. So we have here different parts of the supply chain and digital trade ecosystem. And you're all dealing with issues like trust, like technology, like interoperability and connectivity in order to basically facilitate data to flow up and down the supply chain. I'd like to ask you if you can give us a view on the policies surrounding this, because I think in this room, basically, there's no question that something like the LEI can actually provide a lot of value to the supply chain. And in fact, you're all experiencing this because it's a single one connector for all businesses in the world. And it basically is borderless. And it can even help you connect with other types of services. But we also know that the LEI's adoption is also somewhat political because it deals with how countries manage their corporate communities. I'd like to first ask you why, whether you think that the pace of adoption of the LEI is adequate for the demands of trade today, and if so, why? If not, why not? And what needs to happen in order for us to for the LEI to be more ubiquitous in business today? Start with you, Stefan.
The LEI system was created in the aftermath of the financial crisis when banks collapsed or almost collapsed and had basically no clue who their customers were, at least not in a way that risk management was possible. So the regulatory community around the world, based on a mandate by the G20 nation leaders, created the LEI system, which is now today managed by the GLIFE and the operating units that issue those LEIs. And to answer your question, the first answer is it was a great success because all the goals that the regulatory community had for the financial sector, especially in the area of trading, derivatives, and so on and so forth, have been achieved. So we can check the box and can say, this is okay. There was no uptick by regulators in other industries yet. And we all believe, and also the regulators believe, that this is now up to a public-private partnership for fostering more adoption. And I think here, together with me on stage, you see exactly that example where you now build applications and demand for LEIs that will create more LEIs. We have roughly 3 million LEIs at the moment. We have around 40 to 50 million businesses engaging in global trade. So there is a little bit of an uphill battle, but I think if we all work together on this, it should be achievable in the next decade or so.
Okay, go ahead, Li Bing.
Okay.
And you can reference your remarks to the China market or the global market as you would like, or Singapore, for that matter.
I think the adoption of vLEI, because vLEI is quite new now and it's now quite familiar with Chinese market. But I think we all have the common recognize that universal ID is very important to link all the apps from like international trading, from ABL to stable coin payment. So that's why I think I can share some pinpoints from my industry to see why vLEI is so important for us. For EBL, I think, as you know, that EBL is like the first insurance of EBL is like 30 years ago, it's in 1990s. But until 2020, only 1% of all the EBL has been digitalized. And even after the pandemic and the mature adoption of blockchain technology, and according to the CIS's latest data is in middle of this year, only like 11% has been transferred to digital BL. That's because I think there are some very, very tricky things that because now the EBL platforms, there are like 12 EBL platforms in the world, and each EBL platform is governed by the user agreements, the rule books. So to onboarding each EBL platform, you have to do your own KYC for like different standards from each platform. And even you go through all this KYC process, and you can only be the user on one platform. And there should be the interoperability between different platforms. Then the EBL can transfer, because all the international trading is from countries to countries, and there involve many stakeholders and participants like buyer, seller, and banks, and some carriers. So a unique, universal, like accepted and recognized ID is very important for us. And also some organizations has done some attempts to get all these platforms interoperable. Like DCIC, they have actually they do a good job to provide us technical standards. So technical is is not an issue, but still in the legal part, they have the MSPIA. It's agreement to unify all these stakeholders, service providers, but still it's still under negotiation and discussion with IGPNI. So I think the key point to issue and transfer EBL or other documents is a unique ID. So that's why we would like to become the QAI, and we would like to work with GLIVE to add other vLEI issues to solve this problem. Yeah.
So you're saying that the use of the LEI is the basic is the most important prerequisite
Yeah.
to interoperating all of the EBL EBL platforms.
Yes. A unique ID, the universal accepted ID.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what's holding up that adoption?
Still,
because I'm just pointing, like DCSA is a membership organization. If all the carriers agree, and the thing is, the primary beneficiary
I
of
think that's good.
platform interoperability should be the carriers, because then they can choose any platform.
Yeah.
So why is that process still going on if the solution has been identified?
I think it's a regulation and policy before different countries. And maybe they're not quite familiar with vLEI and the LEI, but still, I think LEI is it's because it's designed by GLIVE and it's a G20, so it's more likely to the first unique ID in the world. Still, it has a quite huge potential to be that one. Yeah.
Okay, that would be Nirvana. So okay, Li Bing. I mean, Rachel.
Yeah.
Rachel, sorry.
I would like to add on to Bing's view, because when we perform the trial run between China and different countries, for example, Singapore, Africa, Philippines, etc., we found we need some bridge to verify different players in different continents. And I think vLEI provide a good connector for us. Before vLEI, we need to connect with the local partners to recognize or verify the player who will join our platform and to provide some credential for them, for their counterparties. But with vLEI, it's an easier way to complete the KYC process and reduce the cost to do the whole due diligence work. So that's a good point. But from another side, with some negative feedback for vLEI, I think based on the framework, based on the current vLEI framework, actually it just provided the very basic information of each enterprises on the whole system. And for trading players in the trading ecosystem, they would like to know their trading transaction history or their credentials. They need some credentials on their credit. That's a very important part in global trading. And there are many enterprises who like to go abroad to other countries in China. And the most often asked question is, how can I know who I'm dealing with? And what about their credit? So if that part can be supplemented a little bit, maybe it's easier for everyone to play on the same platform.
Okay, so that actually feeds right into what Chi is doing. So what is your vision for using the LEI as the anchor for data about companies which can credential themselves?
So basically, yesterday I just had a discussion with Alex, and we were talking about right now in AML and the CTF sector, we are facilitating the data into financial institutions, and we got the feedback that the data within LEI is not enough right now for AML, and we keep our endeavor to putting more transparency into LEI system and to make the data shareable across borderly. And so answering your previous question, policy-wide, so basically we are already setting up the China standard within China because we are one of the licensed credit reference agency in China by PBOC. But in the past years, we've seen that China investment in Singapore, in Hong Kong are dramatically increased. So we are helping financial institutions in Singapore and Hong Kong. We've have discussion with MAS, HKMA regarding the cross-border verification issue. And I think it is important to increase the number of Chinese entities having LEI code and LEI information.
Okay, so do you see it as your corporate vision to actually become the single point of KYC information for global entities, right? So you will start in China, you go to Singapore and Hong
Yes.
Kong and so on. Do you see it as a problem that currently the cross-border data flow is still undefined in some jurisdictions? Will that potentially hamper your growth? And will it, and how can the LEI actually help you solve that issue?
Yes, I do believe. For example, we also provide overseas enterprise information. Actually, in our database, we have over 580 million enterprise records, and not all of them have LEI. Actually, it's small amount, but we are we are sharing this data cross-borderly. And for example, in Hong Kong, they are still getting document-based, like the document from ICRIS, Hong Kong Company Registry, as a traditional way. And we actually facilitating putting those document data into structured data using artificial intelligence, OCR, and multimodal our system to retrieving all the data to be a digital asset of each corporate. So that's how we facilitating digital identity in different different jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you. Li Bing, I saw you react to the mention of cross-border data flows. And also Rachel, do you have any comments about the importance of that to your end-to-end digitalization model?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just talked about the interoperability before between different EBL platforms. Actually, it's the trading flow is quite long, so we have to kind of use one ID, one data to, to go through all the process, like from the contract and from the EBL issuance and transfer, and also from the payment. So one ID is very important. So if vLEI can be the ID, I think we can all have the benefit from that. Yeah.
Okay, Rachel, anything to add?
Yeah, I'm thinking of our solution, our current version of solution, because the idea is the bedrock of our whole solution, and vLEI is one of the identity level in our platform, because once anyone joins the platform, the ID will be signed to him. It's based on the
blockchain technology, W3C. And afterwards, if you got any certification or, for example, AO trade certificate or something else like vLEI or verification from any bank, any authorized organizations, then you have different levels in the whole platform with identity. So it's really a unique ID on the whole network. And of course, we are talking with other platform, for example, the Twin platform developed by a Europe company and supported by WEF. And we also talk with GSBN, and we want to connect all the platform together. Then I think identity mechanism, just like vLEI, provided the basis for us to talking about connection. And for data cross-border exchange, it's a topic when we talking about global trade, which is a difficult problem.
So actually, I want to build on what you're saying.
Yeah.
And in the event, so what you're talking about connecting with GSBN, Twin, and so on, basically LEI is a common denominator, which allows you to pool records about a single entity.
Yes.
And basically structure it into a complete set of information, even though you're not in the same network.
Yes.
By the same token, let's say some countries, and some countries have, said that actually all data must be localized, and we are not allowing even boring corporate data to cross out of the ecosystem. Actually, what needs to happen is that a user still needs to pull information from various jurisdictions, but the only way they will be able to do that is with a common anchor, which will be the LEI. Because a firm that is operating in different jurisdictions, ABCD, you want to pull that information from ABCD, even if A, B, C, and D don't allow that information to necessarily be shared within even a closed network. So, I mean, go back to you. It looks like you're about to say something.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that if you want to pull together all the information, it's very difficult. So we built up the platform based on blockchain concept. It's a distributed platform, and all the data and information owned by each player by themselves. If you want to share with your counterparty, then you can give access to them and permit them to use those necessary part as required. That's the core spirit of AO trade chain.
Okay, now, Stefan, you're listening to all of these stumbling blocks and challenges on the road to interoperability and pooled data and better use of data in order to provide intelligence to trade. How does ISSTP try to answer some of these questions?
Thank you for that question. What we've heard so far is the current state of play. Firms such as yourself build these interfaces between platforms. But let's remember, we created this mess in the first place by creating so many platforms. So history repeats itself a little bit, if I may say so. So there is no other choice for the moment than to do it this way. But if you think about a next generation approach in the future, think of paper at the moment. We can all trade with each other using paper. I can send you an invoice on paper, you give me a warehouse receipt on paper and things like that. Paper is a universal language that everyone in the world speaks. It comes with all the issues, it comes with all the downsides, but it works. And what a major element of paper is its peer-to-peer nature. If I sent you a document, you would not know about it. And this peer-to-peer approach can only be managed if you create a protocol between actors in the market that can exchange information without the need for a central database or this distributed ledger or all these kind of things. And ISTTP, the International Secure Transport Protocol, is supposed to do that, supposed to deliver exactly that protocol, that if you connect to that protocol once, you can connect to everyone at the same time. And if that's too abstract for you, then let me give you a practical example that you're all aware of. If you go on a website, you type in a URL and you get a website. Do you know what's on the other side, which technology they use and everything else? No, you have no idea. And whether you use this browser or that browser, it always works. The reason is there's HTTP underneath. And when you send an email, it's the same thing. I can send you an email. I have no idea what email client you use, what email infrastructure you have. I can still send you an email. And why is that not possible with an invoice? I send you an invoice, and I do not care whether you have SAP, Oracle, Microsoft, or any of the others at your end. You still connect once, and then you can send it out. That's the vision, if you like, behind ISTTP that sets it apart from other approaches.
I'd like to actually open it up to the room for any questions or comments. If you yourself are facing interoperability problems in your domain or anything with your use of the LEI, anyone want to contribute?
Hi, so I'm a product manager within the bank looking after trade finance. So, I mean, it's basically we leverage on bill of lading every day, right, to finance our transaction, letter of credit, be it open account, right? But I think most of the work, as you guys have mentioned, there's a lot of platform already there using EBL, but it's not interoperable yet. Maybe there's some pilot already there, but it's still not there yet. So a lot of the work that banks do now, it's really client driven. If client wants to use a certain EBL platform, we'll rely on that. But with vLEI and all these new standards that are coming in place to to enable interoperability, what do you think banks can leverage on, and how can we potentially use vLEI in order to really drive adoption in this space, and also to really, I mean, EBL is still 5% of the global BL shares, right? So how can we increase that and help our client to improve the overall efficiency as well and our trade processing? So open for thoughts and wanted to know some of the experience you guys have.
Yes.
Anyone want to comment? Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Because the EBL now, as you see that there are a lot of POCs, different pilots from different platforms. But I think if for the bank, you first of all, you have to recognize the importance of vLEI and get approval that, okay, I know the vLEI and all the users, all the like clients of the bank can use vLEI, then that's the that's the job for ourselves, like platforms. We all implement vLEI as our user account. Then the interoperability is like, I think it's will be go smoothly. Now you have to say as a bank, because the Bank of China and the China Construction Bank, also our shareholders, they have to say that, okay, you want on board this one, the supplier is not on TradeGo, but the supplier is on maybe like Wave other EBL platforms. I don't see, I cannot accept the BL transfer from Wave to TradeGo. Then, so I think the ID is unique, but the first of all is the bank, you have to know that the ID, you have to tell us the user with vLEI, you can do the transfer, you can accept the transfer from other platforms.
What you're addressing is a problem that probably not everybody in the room is aware of. So let me, if you allow me to rephrase this a little bit. There are documents that represent a certain value, and the owner of that document is, can work with this value. So if I transfer BL to a bank in order to secure my credit, the bank could pull the goods and services if I don't pay my bill. In electronic ways, this is very difficult because an electronic, a digital object can be copied as many times as you like. So how do you do that? Well, the current approach is that you build distributed ledger systems where in the ledger, the last entry shows you who is the owner of a certain hash code or whatever. Now, we should not forget the bill of lading is just one document out of very, very many. And the vast majority of companies do not even know what a bill of lading is, because a bill of lading is a document between big players. Now, think about all the other documents that you need for a trade, right? Then you have to replicate all these efforts again and again and again. And this is actually the real challenge for the banks. I have spoken with banks, and the Banking Commission of ICC clearly said we want less data, but we want it in a standardized way, right? So this is the big ask that the banks have to us in the industry to build it.
I think just to add to that, basically we're on a mission to basically standardize the data in key trade documents. That task and that alignment task is the finish line is in sight, okay? Because we know which data needs to flow to which player in which document, and interoperating the different data standards formats is also now possible because we have agentic AI, which you can train to say this in an SAP invoice equals that in an ASEAN invoice, right? So that is also possible. The trust issue for me is a lot more difficult to master because you have trust embedded in networks and you have trust embedded in documents. And so we've been dealing, and actually each of you are a network, and you foster that trust within your network using LEI as an anchor. Now, all of your interoperation has to be bilateral. We don't yet have the protocol to basically interoperate trust. And I think that's what we need to be going for. And to the extent that ISSTP basically answer that by saying, we're going to not make this the burden of every user, but rather put it into a protocol that platforms can just kind of connect or can manifest. That that would be a great, advancement. The question is, how do we get it built and so on? Any other comments from the audience here?
Hi, I'm Anand with us. Have been involved with cross-border trade in creating some LC platforms, and now our use cases around banks' due diligence for importers and exporters around the world. I have a few queries because we have checked, LEI and its applicability in terms of what we do, which is KYC plus financial plus risk score plus trade data, combined. And where we see a couple of challenges. Number one, the coverage of the number of customers. So I think, yeah. So one is, hardly 3% of the customers that we deal with is actually covered by LEI. The second challenge that we are continuously facing is the data rails are not real time, so the KYC actually is valid for 1 year. So any changes within that 1 year is not getting reflected in any of the LEI registry. So we face this challenge that when we say we are providing fresh data, LEI can be an addendum to the source, cannot be the real source. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we're coming to the end of the session, and Stefan and the LEI website, the Glyph website will tell you that actually there's about 3 million LEIs in issuance currently, after 10 years. And basically what we know, I mean, Stefan, you mentioned that there's 40 to 50 million enterprises engaged in global trade today. But by our estimate, by the DSI estimate, there's actually more like 100 to 150 million who could potentially take part in global trade if it was simpler and more seamless. Now, 3 million to 150. Okay, I would like to ask each of the panel, how many LEIs do you think could be in issuance in, say, 2 to 3 years' time? Give your estimate and tell what has to happen in order for that number to be reached. And so I want you to be ambitious, okay? But you also need to be ambitious about what needs to happen in order to deliver that ambition. So short answers, the number and what needs to happen. And for what needs to happen, be brief, like 1 or 2 things. Okay, so go ahead, Lin Feng.
100 million. 100 million.
What needs to happen? How do we get there?
So my field is focusing on ASEAN region. So I would say policy-wide ASEAN region, for example, MAS, HKMA, those jurisdiction regulators need to recognize LEI in AML sector and to be able to use that data. Because if you have use case, then company will register and being able to continue every year.
Okay. Okay. I would like to remind you there's only 700 million people in ASEAN. So anyways, go ahead.
I can only provide
Okay.
a figure based on the current user on our platform in Beijing, a big city in China. In the coming 2 years, if we could persuade all the 60,000 corporates to
Okay.
issue vLEI, maybe it can expand it in
60,000 for Beijing.
Yeah.
Meaning, and if we extrapolate that to Shanghai, Tianjin, etc., you're talking maybe 500,000 for China.
30 times of 60,000. What is the number?
Okay. All right.
I can say the exact number, but I think for all the commodity trading partners and suppliers, because they're huge, so it's very important. And I think they will be the frontier of which can adopt a vLEI. But with all the commodity trading, like banks, all the suppliers on the use vLEI, I think they can log in any apps. Just like as we in Chinese market, we only have one WeChat account, then we can log in all the apps. I hope vLEI will be the universal WeChat. Yeah.
Okay.
My estimate is something between 4.5 billion and 100 million plus. And I would like to give you the reason why I believe that this is the wide range. If we continue the way we are at the moment, that people have to apply for an LEI, pay a fee, renew it every year, we will not solve it. That's not going to happen, not in my lifetime, and maybe not even in yours. But there's an alternative path to doing that. And that is quite interesting. It's a change management process with the governments around the world. Identity is conferred by governments. You get your passport from the government. You get your business register number from the government. All governments around the world think local. A big problem is that. Now in ASEAN, we see now the very first time the 25 ASEAN states come together to create one unique UBIN, one unique identifier. And that's a great effort in Asia, but it's not enough because the trading parties are elsewhere. So if we don't start to think global, it's not going to happen. But if we start thinking global, and here's my answer, why don't the business registries simply issue an LEI to all the entities? Job done. That's easy.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Here you have it, projections from several million to 500 million for the LEI for the next 3 to 5 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pamela, and all panelists for such a rich and insightful discussion. That was a powerful exploration of how digital identity is reshaping supply chain finance and trade digitalization. Now, we'll take a 5-minute transition before moving to our next section. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our upcoming section focuses on one of the most vital drivers of the economy, small and medium-sized enterprises. The topic is empowering SMEs with digital control over their identity and data. This discussion will highlight how digital identity helps SMEs build trust, enhance access to finance, and compete globally in the digital age. Please welcome our moderator, Camilla Bullock, CEO, Emerging Payments Association Asia, and our distinguished panelists. Irene Ng, CEO, Data Swift, Albert Leung, Acting Chief Executive Officer, EBRAM, Edmel Samuel, CEO, FTS Money, Sophia Wu, ANT Group, and Kieran Leung, Vice President, Certizen. Ms. Bullock, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a great introduction. I feel energized. Everybody in the room, can we just check who was in our discussion this morning? Good. Because there's always this, should we do a recap or a summary or extensions? I think we'll do a little bit of everything. But the previous panel led by Pamela, excellent panel, actually, by the way, and touching a few on the topics that we also talked about. But I think we talked about it from slightly different perspective, which of course is the point here. So SME is a really important driver for the economies, and trade leads to prosperity wherever you are in the world. Akmal, what are the drivers and why is it so important that we have this discussion around verifiers, the LEIs and the vLEIs today? Yep.
Thank you very much, Camilla. So I think as we had quite extensively deliberated this morning and talked and discussed about various drivers, because at the end of the day, we do, as you just said right now, as SMEs and MSMEs, they are actually the backbone of economy. That's what drives the business. So how do we actually, what are the different components and what's the journey of a typical business, like a small business and the digital goods, etc.? How does it all go through to the end user where it's being consumed? So that is where I think digitization comes in. And that is where the whole journey has to be explained. Okay, how does it go from a cross-border perspective? It's not going to just stay within the border, but different, it's going to go across the border as well. And that's, I think, what we talked this morning also, and quite extensively talked about it, that, and actually quite a lot of different point of views also, even amongst ourselves, different point of views, that how does this journey actually end? So I think one of the key drivers or the key components of it was trust. How do we establish trust? And I think that is where, because trust is, as I think I mentioned and several other people mentioned as well, trust in the whole ecosystem is a challenge, but at the same time, it is a solution also. And that is where LEIs and vLEIs come into play. And I think that is one of the some of the takeaways from this morning. And also, I think the whole idea of educating the businesses and the adoption of what earlier panel was talking about, the adoption of LEIs and vLEIs, that's also an important component.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the adoption can't come if we don't know what we're going to adopt to. There's still so many discussions we have in our community where we have both the global banks and the payment service providers when they do not know what an LEI is, even they describe the specific problem that an LEI can solve. So Sophia, turning to you here, being you're so much more than a payment service provider, and Group is like a super app and global, and you really know a lot around interoperability, but I also think you can see this with the safety, speeding, and inclusion that LEI could bring. What's standing in the way for uptake today?
So I'm coming from the security department of Ant Group. So our focus is more on how to protect the users, including the SMEs, but also including the actual users. And as we discussed this morning, the way we need a vLEI is because there's a lot of fraud happening recently. And while the AI adoption is widely accessed by anyone in the world, the fraud is getting less expensive and become much more easy to access. So fake documents, fake everything is very easy to get. And when you're doing cross-border payments, for example, it's harder to verify who you are dealing with. And only you can trust is maybe you meet the person, maybe you get them online, maybe paying platforms, you can't verify. So when we're doing business in China, because we're in the same jurisdictions, we can check the identity of a company through a national database, but it's only for big company to do so. Even for smaller companies, for example, if you have a stand in the street, it's not possible for you to verify another company's identity. So you can, it's somehow limited this SME's business area. So, and if we goes to cross-border communication, it's getting even worse. And even big companies getting fraud every day. And I think I remember someone mentioned earlier summit, and I actually did a presentation yesterday, is the Hong Kong fraud, which a video conference can fraud people to take their money. And why? Because first, you don't know who you are talking to. You only recognize by their face or voice. And second, you don't know which company you're dealing with. You don't know whether they are authorized or not. So that's why vLEI come into a really good place. And in terms of the interoperabilities, the previous panel mentioned that every country has their own minds, and each country adopting their own standards or requirements. And I think some countries are using MDoc, and some people using verifiable credentials and the DIDs, and the law is not there yet. So it's all causing challenges for vLEI to get adopted fast. Yeah.
And it coming from such a global organization with FSB has endorsed the LEI, so it's not that local flavor to it, as you're saying, that is a challenge. But it is those two levels. It is the LEI and there's the vLEI. Irene, we talked quite a bit about having a debate in both directions of the LEIs and the vLEIs. How does it further inclusion? We were looking at speed and cost and fraud, but how there is further inclusion and all the way from the grassroots?
Yeah, so I sometimes feel that I don't belong in places like this because you come from a heavy regulated environment with fintech and payment. Whereas we work much more with the informal economy, where everybody is an MSME on its own. He's a farmer, he's a food truck operator. How many of you here are consultants in your own company? Well, you too. Gig workers, influencers. That's 90%, 99%, big part of the economy. And that economy doesn't require 101% trust because they have nothing. So if you give them a little bit, they'll take it. The market will form. I'm a market design economist, so we design a lot of these markets. If I can just prove to you I went to the gym twice a week, would you give me a free gift? Is it okay if I didn't go? If it's okay, did I lie? It's not that big a deal. But if you would bother to even give a little bit of a proof, I will bother to give you a bit of a discount. So it goes all the way from that level of the market to all the way where if you are not who you are, you will go to jail. So that the continuum of the market all the way from the informal economy to the formal economy, the continuum of trust, it's a whole continuum. So you could come from that point of view, or you can come from the informal point of view. So the vLEI is a really interesting construct for us because for the first time, the vLEI has created the formal and the informal economy to come together. Because vLEI, as many of you would know, requires a human person to be verified together with the LEI. You can't just lift off a 20-character LEI. And a person that's human to be included in the vLEI now has an ability for a person to be a firm and a firm to have persons. So it's a very nice boundary object, I call it, where you can actually go all the way from an informal, you may not be a vLEI yet, but a vLEI signed farmer or a vLEI signed from a truck driver, food truck company franchisee, all the way to a very formal multi-company. And I think that's the game changer for me. That we supply credit to farmers, MSME, and we use the data wallet, which is our technology that allows you to push data, pull data, like the way you do payment, but only data. But we did it mostly around low assurance badges. And as we have the vLEI, well, we can now move a little bit more towards the high assurance type of And I think, to me, I think the growth of vLEI is in the informal economy than it is in the formal economy, because that formal economy takes a little bit time to change. Whereas the informal economy is going to come in like 100 million at a time.
Yeah, you need to have that, either the push or the pull. So we'll unpack that a little bit in just a second. I was going to come to Karen because you talk about LEIs day in and day out. What did you hear in our session? What would you say is the sentiment?
For us, because we are having two sides of the angle, like we are currently now the qualified vLEI issuer, and at the same time, we are the LEI issuer. And other than this, we are also the national identity issuer for, say, like the Hong Kong citizens, China citizens, and we have alliance with the certificate authorities in Asia. This comes to our point of view saying that trust is really the thing for the SMEs. When they want to grow more and more like locally, yes, you can say, I do not care who you are. I give you some benefits and I can continue my business. But when you go internationally, you need to let others to know who you actually are in order to build the trust and have the business being going on. So under this scene, sometimes we would say we need three things, because one of our pilot was trying to do it through the GBA, the Greater Bay Area, which we have 3 different legal jurisdictions, 3 different currencies, and talking about 3 different legal systems. So at that time, we found that many people would like to have the trusted identities in terms of how we actually are doing the business with. So this comes into a part that we would like to have the identity like LEIs, because it's internationally recognized, and built on a local recognized, say like the business registrations number. And I can bring the SMEs out of the own local thing. And I can do cross-border transactions. And we are very luckily, we have also the legal support from the legitimacy, because once we have the identity being trusted, we can have the transactions being trusted. And I would like to bring out one more point is regarding the verifiable credentials. This is something very important. Many people think this are changing the original flow of the data. Like I'm using a paper, is it means that I go digitalized and I will lose every efficiency, I will lose everything. But actually it's not the thing. It's actually is we put every data into the verifiable credentials, and hopefully by scanning, we can have different data merge. And for example, I have my own wallet. I know I am who, and I can scan by a scan, and I can know all the data that belongs to me. This preserves the privacy as well. So I would say that this transformation with a trusted anchored in the business transactions will help in terms of the business to grow. And oppositely, I think maybe later Albert will say more about the legal, because this is the protection for the business. And when it comes to anything else, that will be the legal to protect the business.
So I'm going to turn to Albert. I'm just going to get in quickly with a little remark here, because we're all believers, so we wouldn't be here if we weren't interested and we wanted the uptake. But also, we just heard it's not that many codes out there. For somebody to shift and put this into their in-house systems, it needs to be a bit more scale. Or Sophia, what are your lawyers saying to you?
Yeah, we were sharing a case this morning when we're doing DIDs and VCs. So our legal team was saying it's kind of gray area in the law currently, because there's law about digital signature, but it's mentioned about the private key, but it didn't specify how you use it in DID scenario. So they said how many customers you are serving. If this solution is serving small amount of customers, then I don't think we worth to take the risk. Although we're not against the law, but it's a gray area. It's not clear then. So I got some pushbacks on them on this. But I said, what if we have 99% of the customers prefer using these types of options to certify themselves? And then the legal team said, talk to me when you get to there.
Yeah. So it's that tipping point we need to come to. But you describe 2 scenarios. So first, what it helps when we come into resolutions, or this, you know which word I'm looking for?
Dispute resolution.
Exactly, that was
Yes.
the word. And also how it is actually is a point for demand when people are looking for contracts. So you just want to share those two, that first where it can help, but also when people, SMEs are coming and looking for contract template, it might actually be a point where you can catch them.
Yeah. Other question. I attend APEC meetings in South Korea early this year. There are 21 economies members. Most of MSME and SME face the problem of whether they the party signed commercial contract, usually smaller, relatively smaller amount, talking about below $1 million. 95% of their commercial bill just ignore it. The claimant cannot trace the money. The reason is the legal cost is really high. As long as their contract didn't mention about dispute resolution costs, whether using local court, mediation, or arbitration to settle their dispute, most likely they have to go to local court to do litigation hearing. And the problem is for cross-border businesses, think about in Hong Kong, we use common law here. Contract below 75,000 Hong Kong dollars go to small claim tribunal. About that money, but below 3 million go to district court. But higher than 3 million Hong Kong dollars go to high court. That is for common law jurisdiction. In mainland China and other countries, they use civil law. But the chances are, once the award issue, the award would not enforceable in other jurisdictions. So dispute resolution is talking about arbitration. As long as the countries cite New York Convention, the arbitral award are mutually recognized. But another thing is for MSME, that when they're doing e-commerce business, how the system can recognize themselves as a human or company. We heard about deepfake in Hong Kong. A company conduct a video conferencing, but in one transaction losing 200 million Hong Kong dollar because of the victim trust what he heard and what he saw is a real. So when we are doing B2C business, we use eKYC to recognize your face and also passport and identity card. But how about organization? So vLEI is really important. One of the important way to recognize the company. If the company in Hong Kong, we have a company registry to do the registration. But as you said, most of the country use different system. And how if the company registration proof is also a fake one? It's complicated. So so that is dispute resolution.
It's hard to say because like you can more or less scam anything or AI anything, yes. But it's still having the discussion around it and getting one verified and that's scammed. Well, we'll tackle that one in another panel, I think. One of the really promising stories I heard, I talked a lot about, I'm curious about e-invoicing and what that will play out for inclusion of SMEs in digital payments in general. But Ahmed, you told the policy push in Pakistan and what that have meant for people signing up for their funds.
Yeah, so I was sharing earlier on one of the case studies for Pakistan, whereby invoicing, by the way, invoicing is a very important component of trade finance and how cross-border, especially for cross-border trade finance is done. So in Pakistan, amongst many other countries as well, the government is mandating e-invoicing. And I think the questions were raised, but what is the adoption in terms of invoicing? But I think the model which is being used, which I was sharing earlier on, the model which is being used is they have appointed a few companies which are licensed integrators with the tax authority. We call it the FBR, Federal Bureau Board of Revenue. And because of that, all businesses, even a mom and pop shop, has to actually integrate and register. So the adoption has been facilitated by these integrators. And to the point, it's come to a point now that the government is even initiating or instituting fines that if you do not, by this particular date, everybody does not become part of that e-invoicing system, or whereby they push the e-invoices in real time to the tax authorities, because the tax authorities want to know what is happening in terms of taxation, then they get fined. So I think that's a very good, interesting example whereby it has been implemented and it has been adopted as well. So now I think we were talking earlier on the ideal use case for LEIs and vLEIs. That is these type of situations that becomes very, very usable. So
yeah, it's a huge one to tackle if we do it one by one. We've seen that already in the last panels, that it also needs to be a bigger push or pull. I don't think I have too much time, but I'm going to have one more question each to you. So this is fairly quick question, and you get one different one each. So, Irene, I'm going to start with you. Who needs to be in the room next time we talk about this? We've been warming up for 2 hours. If he only was here.
Capital. All the major funds. And
Yep.
I'm talking about all the ones all the way from the top to the bottom, because we are creating capital flows that are not the traditional capital flows. If they are in the room, they will know that there are different routes to come down, different ways to work together. So capital should be in the room.
Karen, one barrier that needs to be removed.
I think is the regulatory driven side. For example, many SMEs barriers we talk about is the different legal system, different regulatory stuff that is happening. And one more thing is the technical barriers, because many people think I have legacy systems, I have new systems. Can I use vLEI, LEIs across the systems? I think the barrier is how we can use new technologies to tackle these problems.
Excellent, good answer. Thank you for that. And which one I had? You ready? One practical action that ... should take and execute in the next 12 months.
Policies.
Policies,
Really. Because I think for good things like vLEI, it's really need policies to give a push. It's good for the society, it's good for the enterprise, it's good for the users.
Yeah.
But so far, they lack of incentives to do so. So policies may be a good way to push them forward.
That's excellent. I'm going to give the same one to Albert, because in the space you're sitting with.
Rather than policy, governing law and dispute resolution costs, use alternate dispute resolution method. Consider not go to local court, but arbitration hearing.
Very good one. So as you can see, I didn't prepare them on this, and now Ahmal is thinking, like, what is she going to give me here? I always start and finish. You ready? This is a good one. I've never asked this one before, but I think it's good. If you could choose one organization to partner with, who would it be and why?
in terms of vLEI, so
to get this direction moving.
So I think it is difficult to just think on the top of my head the name of an organization, but it is somebody who can provide a multiplier effect. And any organization which has a scalability, global scalability, would be an organization to partner with, because yeah. So it's difficult to just name an organization, but an organization which has a global scale, which provides multiplier effects.
So I wasn't thinking global, because I like what they said before, and we've had this discussion many times with whoever issues in the corporate entities. And my favorite one is like to partner with a tax office or something and give a little bit of incentive, a discount that would get people moving quite quickly, I think.
Yeah, but at the same time, that what I mentioned earlier on the use case study for Pakistan, that is a tax department.
Excellent,
yeah?
absolutely.
But at the same time, that does not really incentivize, that is a local use case, but we need to have cross-border use cases as well. And by that, just with the nature of that invoice, automatically there is a cross-border case, because the minute vLEI is issued to that invoice, you can use it for trade financing or invoice financing, etc., across the border. It's not just within the country. So there are use cases with the tax department as well.
Yeah, it's very impactful. Normally, I have a package of Australian cookies to throw in the audience for a question like that. Sorry, I do not have anybody else that have an organization they really think should be in the room next time that we haven't mentioned. Okay, it's homework. You can find me on LinkedIn and send it to me. I think a big applause to my panel. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bullock, and all our panelists for sharing such inspiring perspectives on empowering SMEs through data ownership and verified identity. Now, we turn our attention to a theme that underpins all digital transformation, digital public infrastructure, DPI. First section, the road ahead for DPI, trusted data, and organizational identity. Designing for interoperability will explore how governments and industries are building interoperable frameworks that connect digital identity, payments, and data exchange. Please welcome our moderator, Professor Douglas Arna from the University of Hong Kong and the Cambridge Centre for Alternative Finance, CCAF, together with our distinguished panelists. Benny Leung, Assistant Commissioner, Digital Policy Office, Hong Kong. Ms. Kyle Hong, Financial Infrastructure, Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Kanit Patong, Chief Information Officer, ETDA Thailand. Polly Baumler, Regional Director Business Development, CBDC, GISEC and Devrient. Anthea Rose Chong, Manager, Digital Identity and Verifiable Credentials, IMDA Singapore. Professor Arna, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much to my panelists for joining. I think this panel is one that very much leads on from all the other discussions, because I actually have a panel of primarily government-related builders of systems. And this is somewhat different from talking about directions of things that we could do or private projects. One of the central issues that has been pointed out is something that we've seen for a long period of time, and that is that identity is central to participation in the formal economy. This is something that a famous Peruvian economist by the name of Hernando de Soto wrote a book in 2000 called The Mystery of Capital. But what we discovered in 2000, 25 years ago, is that the vast majority of people and businesses around the world had no formal identification, whether that was business, property, or individual. And since that time, we've been working on a range of projects, and it's interesting to see how these are coming together. The vLEI launches in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis as a mechanism to track essentially the entities within complex financial groups. But it now has the possibility of expanding beyond that to a wider range of businesses. If we think about individual ID, India in 2009 launched the Aadhaar project, which has become the world's largest digital ID project. And it's really from that experience that this term DPI, or digital public infrastructure, comes. And if we think here in the context of Hong Kong, yes, we've had for a very long period of time our smart identity cards. But if we're honest, and some of us can think back to when we first got those cards about 25 years ago, there was actually a system where one could go get a sort of online use case for that. You would go to the post office, you would give a paper-based credential, you would get a disc, a CD, which you would then take and you would put in your computer, and there was one inevitable result. Your computer crashed. And that system really never worked. And even with the newer Hong Kong IDs, we have a system where there's an immense amount of biometric information on those cards. But how many of you have a digital bank account here in Hong Kong? Somebody must have an account with Mox or Zhong'an or, at least one. Now, if you did that, what they invariably did is they took a picture with your phone and then they compared the photo of you with the photo on your ID card, not the biometrics, comparing two photos. And I think this is something that, as the Hong Kong Financial Development Council, we wrote a major paper in 2018 on digital identity. But I think a number of things have changed. COVID was a big change, and this digitization of everything was a huge trend. And now we're seeing, and this is what the panel is going to be focusing on a bit, is a number of places, including here, working on actual systems. Now, to Camilla's point about organizations that need to be at the table, we had a very important decision by an organization called the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, in 2000, which was a decision to allow jurisdictions to recognize government-issued digital identity systems at the same level as paper-based systems. But it hasn't really worked in many places. Why? It's optional. But we had something very important over the summer. The FATF released a new form of guidance. Guidance in the AML context is non-guidance, it's mandatory. A new form of guidance over the summer that essentially requires jurisdictions to put in place simplified systems of account opening for individuals and SMEs, focusing on these systems. And here's the kicker. Next year, the FATF, in its annual reviews of jurisdictions, is going to be reviewing jurisdictions for implementation of those standards. And this is something that may very well be that game changer. And we'll come to what is probably the biggest challenge in many cases at the end today, which is that the interoperability problem. But what I'd really like to begin with, and maybe we'll just start down the row, is each of the panelists to just introduce themselves, but in particular, what they and their organization are actually working on in the context of digital identity. Please go.
Sure. Thank you, Douglas. I'm Kai Hong. I'm the head of the Financial Infrastructure Services Division of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Very pleased to join the panel today and talk about, how the HKMA's work actually contributes to the digital public infrastructure, particularly in the context of financial services and digital economy developments. I guess our contribution mainly around three areas. First is really to facilitating data exchange. Using our next generation data infrastructure, what we call the commercial data interchange or CDI. Basically, the HKMA launched the CDI in October 2022 as a consent-based data infrastructure, which really aims to facilitate banks to retrieve enterprises, especially SMEs, data from public and private data sources. This would in turn enhance SMEs' access to banking services. With just 3 years of operation, CDI has now formed robust partnership with 26 banks and 17 data providers, initially covering payments, e-commerce records, import-export declarations, and expanding to government data such as company search and land search data. Secondly, we work very closely with the Digital Policy Office, which is Bank's office, to explore use case
adoption for digital identity, particularly focusing on the Digital Corp ID initiative. And finally, we are actually a member of the Regulatory Oversight Committee, which is the international body for governing LEI, which is, essentially the subject, of today's conference. And the HKMA actively supports and promotes the LEI's adoption as a unique global identifier for legal entities participating in financial transactions, particularly important for regulatory reporting, trade reporting, and counterparty identification. So all in all, we work very closely with the market as well as domestic and international authorities in facilitating data exchange and promoting the adoption of digital identifiers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Douglas, for having these sections with me. You mentioned about the identity. This make me think about my career because 20 years ago, I was working in the immigration department for the electronic passport project and then the smart identity card project, the physical ID. Okay, and the adoption of those personal documents was actually quite widespread because no matter when you are traveling abroad, you use the electronic passport to move around. For the electronic or digital, or we say electronic identity card, you use it in the border control. In Hong Kong, you use the electronic ID card to go back to the mainland China and go overseas. So that in that sense, the identity, personal identity was very important, has been very important. And of course, nowadays, still very important. And 5 years before I moved to the digital policy office, this is my office now. I've been working on the digital identity project, the Smart project, moving from the physical identity documents to electronic digital document. I see a point. It is mainly an ecosystem of trust, no matter surrounding the paper documents or electronic documents to the digital documents. I see that using this kind of electronic or digital identities can help no matter to identify a person or help the service provider to identify you, to authenticate you as a person. So today I'm not going to talk about the physical personal documents, nor I'm smart, but I'm going to share with you the upcoming digital corporate identity project. So I would like to talk more about later and share with all of you our thoughts and of course welcome your feedbacks.
Good afternoon. I'm Kanipha Thong from ETA, or Electronic Transaction Development Agency. We are the government agency under the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society. For the roles of ETA in the context of digital ID, I would say that we will play two roles. The first one is about being the regulator in this area. Because digital ID in Thailand, we will have the digital ID provider, but it's not everyone can be the provider. It needs to be licensed by ETA. So for this area, we need to work with them and we need to regulate them to ensure that the identity management provider can provide a secure and trustworthy services to the user. And for the second role is the promoter in the same time. So not just only regulated, but we need to ensure that the society and the people knows about what is the digital ID and what is the benefit of digital ID. This is the role that we try to achieve as well. But to promote them, it's not just about to educate the people. The foundation things that we try to build is about the legislation and the standard. For the legislation, we even revise our law. Because ETA, we are the main agency who is responsible for the Electronic Transaction Act, or ETA. This is a foundational piece to do the electronic transaction. We already adopt about the e-commerce and e-signature from the model law. So for this law, if you recognize the use of an e-document and electronic signature, that is equivalent to the paper document and e-signature, and as well as a digital ID. So we revised our law to recognize the use of digital ID in our law ecosystem. So people can use digital ID and it could be recognized by law. And the next thing is about the standard. We try to adopt the international recognized standard. We don't want to build the new things because we are aware about the interoperability and the security. So we try to adopt the existing one and the very mature one. For instance, we try to adopt and follow the guidance of the digital ID guidance from NIST. So we issue the guidance for identity proofing and identity authentication to the providers. And we also try to follow another like a technology standard, like a protocol for the exchange the information for the identity, for the digital identity. So we try to follow the open standard from the players in the market. So to ensure that it's not locked to one specific providers, and we try to make it like a open market in the ecosystem. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Polly Boimler here. I'm the Regional Director of Central Bank Digital Currencies, doing business development in the APAC region, also very much involved what's happening in Europe and also in North America, because I think it's kind of spread all over the world. Super excited to be here, so thank you very much. It's a really fascinating topic about identities. It's not really my domain, so that's my disclaimer from the get-go. I think I will be giving my perspective from the other core pillar of DPI, which is, safe and efficient payments. And of course, I'm a very big advocate of central bank digital currencies. And I think that is really, for us, we're just looking. I will be wearing basically my public sector hat today. We using it every end, or you can say just D&D. We spent generations, building secure, innovative payment solutions based around public currency. So physical cash. That's the only form of public currency that we have today. And cash is a brilliant product. If you talk about financial inclusion, it's accessible, it's universal, anyone can use it, the rich, the poor, you don't need connectivity, any special devices. And for us, how do we translate that into the digital space? Try to make online payment with cash. It's not possible. In order for, DPI to function, yes, your digital ID is your entry ticket, but you're not going to be functioning without being able to transact and to make payments safely and securely within this ecosystem. And right now, all of our digital payment solutions are, from private companies, and they have, commercial interests. And, what happens if you are unbanked, underbanked, you don't have access to connectivity, a fancy phone, and if you wanted a bank account, it's costly. And if you think about, traditionally, when we think about financial inclusion, we think of it from a individual perspective. But of course, as we all have acknowledged, SMEs, MSMEs, they are the backbone for these economies. And how can they participate also fairly in this new digital space if they don't have the access to make payments? And this is where we see that central bank digital currencies can play a key role, can really be the core foundation for inclusive payments. I'll leave it at that, but yeah, thank you. Happy to be here today.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from the Intercom Media and Development Authority in Singapore, IMDA for short. First of all, thank you to the GLEI team as well as Professor Douglas for pulling the session together. I think I'll start with an acronym because why not? It's an acronym that we use in our organization to describe our role. It's ASDF. And if you're quick, you'll realize that these are the keys that are on the second row of your keyboard. And it stands for Architects of Singapore's Digital Future. And that's a massive scope right there. Our mission is to make sure we build a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable digital economy. We wear many hats. I mean, we can be regulators one day, we can be an incubator the next day. But one of the things that we do also is to provide trusted, future-ready public infrastructure. And it's not just hard infrastructure like, Wi-Fi networks or deep sea cables, etc. We also try to plan for the entire digital infrastructure stack. And one of the things that we do is to work on this digital identity and verifiable credentials pillar. So that's what my team looks at. Essentially, we're thinking about, what value is there within this technology? Can we use this to help businesses and citizens transact more seamlessly in the digital economy? If it's valuable, how do we roll this out, at a national level? What things do we need to put in place? Yeah, so in short, that is my introduction. Thank you.
I think we've already started to pick up from the standpoint of some of the policy rationales. And where I really want to go is from the standpoint a bit of practicalities. And so, Anthea, from the Singaporean standpoint, what are the pieces that you've built and what are you looking at building next?
Okay. I think first of all, I think we'll start with the fact that we do already have a national digital identity system. It's SingPass. If you guys are familiar, there's an extremely high penetration rate within Singapore. So it's very, very effective within our nation's context. But I think what we're looking at also is how can we expand the use of identity in various other contexts, maybe lower or mid-risk, or even across borders. So as I just mentioned, SingPass is domestic, but how can we use identity to interoperate with other countries elsewhere? So that's what we're thinking about. So we're trying to think about how can we build for this interoperability? How can we build to accommodate such interoperability? We can't rely on the current systems and the exact infrastructure or the architecture of the way things are built today. So we're also thinking about decentralization, scalability. So yeah, essentially, we're thinking about all these different things that will help us unlock and gain more value from identity, our current identity system.
I think if we turn to the Thai case, I think it's an interesting one, kind of because from the Thailand context, you had to really think about how to build a set of infrastructure to digitize an entire economy and one that is spread around very different geographies. And I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about that process of developing the digital ID, the digital infrastructure system.
So in Thailand, to build a digital infrastructure to serve the ecosystem is, okay, firstly, we try to draft for the framework for the digital ID that's supposed to be in Thailand, the roles for each stakeholder and what is the related key players that we need to put in our roadmap. That's the key things. And next, we revise the law, okay, that I already mentioned, because several times we will get questioned that whether this is recognized by law, this is legal, whether can we use the digital ID, can we use e-signature? These kind of things cause the uncertain for the user to do the digital transaction. So we try to build the certainty in the legislation part. So that's why we revise our ETA law. And the third thing is about to find the standard and define the things that is open for the every players. We try to seek for the partner not only from the domestic, but we also work with experts from other countries. So we explore about the mature standard and technology. So we don't want to build our own technology because as I already mentioned that we consider about the interoperability and the security. So we bring those standards and apply to the domestic use, and we try to build like a community in our country to understand and get agreement on this standard. And the last thing is about the adoption. You know, this is very difficult when we talk about the technology. That's the easy, but the adoption is very challenging. In Thailand, I would say that we started about a digital ID project almost 10 years ago in 2017, something like that. But we could launch the production for the digital ID in 2025. It's just about 3 years or 4 years back. But at the beginning, the adoption is not that high. But because of the COVID, okay, we have that pandemic situation, and because the project is started before the COVID, but because of COVID, so it can attract some users, but it's not only digital ID by itself. We need to have like the incentivized tactic, incentivized strategy. So from the government point of view, so we have like the campaign to give away the money during that time. So right now we have like 30 million users in the digital ID system. This is one way of the adoption strategy, but I think we need to think more how to make people understand and adopt the digital ID itself, not by just the campaign from the government.
The challenges in a given market is you can build a system, but then how do you actually roll it out in terms of usage? Singapore, I think this has been relatively easier. Thailand is a bigger country. The example is harder. Hong Kong has taken time as well. And I wanted to really turn to Binny now to talk a bit about the corporate ID project. Because I think from the standpoint of design, this is a really interesting direction.
Thank you, Douglas. I think that the concept of corporate ID stems from the personal digital ID, the smart platform in Hong Kong. Because when we are trying to push the more people to use digital versions of identity, we are trying to see how the ecosystem can be built. Say, for example, like what Kanip mentioned, how can we attract people to make use of this identity? Of course, we can give money to them, give some benefits to them, but this actually works. But of course, the most important is the services. What services we are going to offer to our citizens? Say, for example, if we are going to use digital identity to cross the border or to apply for some allowances, people will automatically use them. Okay. Now we are now trying to build a brand new ecosystem, the digital corporate platform, identity platform. We can see the same difficulties are here because traditional people, the ecosystem of trust has been built. Say, for example, if a bank would like to verify a corporate status, they will go to the corporate company registries to verify this document and go to other organizations like the credit scoring companies, etc., to collect some information about that company. This very tedious and time-consuming and resource-intensive work. Also, the whole process will be very lengthy. It doesn't benefit for both the service provider and also the corporation who need the services themselves. So that's why we come up to the concept of building a brand new digital corporate ID platform in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, we have more than 350,000 SMEs here. Of course, they are not large corporations, well known to many other people. But still, yes, they have to carry out day-to-day work, like, for example, tax, getting loans from banks, applying for licenses and certificates. All these parties will ask for them to present something to ascertain their identities. Of course, when people representing these companies, say, for example, the responsible persons or other staff from the companies, they still have to present how or what they are going to show to the service provider to show their identity, to authenticate their identity, both the people and the corporation themselves. So when we are going to talk about the digital corporate identity, it actually mixes with the personal identity and the corporate identity. So what I mentioned about the Smart platform, the personal digital identity platform in Hong Kong, together with the new digital corporate platform, which will automate the authentications of the corporations together the relationship between the person and that company. This will help the service provider to authenticate the people, the one who represent the companies, and so that they can offer the service themselves. Of course, there are many other ways to support the corporations to carry out transactions, but we think that if the government take the lead to do this work, because all those certificates of business registration are actually issued by the government. We make use of these documents and then digitize them so that no matter the government departments or business sector or public organizations can make use of these digital versions of business registration and other information so that this can streamline the whole transactions. Once we have such digital identity built, the corresponding data, say for example, the attributes of the corporations, the loan status or the tax status can use this digital identity to link them up so that this represent the company's attributes so that companies can show more to other corporations, carry out the business transactions. This is our whole concept here.
And I think this is really a data pool, and it may very well go as information. Where are you all in terms of progress and sort of timeline going forward?
Currently, of course, for the technical stuff, we are doing the S&D, system design and development. But the most important thing we are doing is the building up the ecosystem. We are trying to engage the business partners, say, for example, different certificate authorities or some other sectors like banking sectors, financial sectors, food and beverage sector, to understand their need so as to build our business functions in our system. We hope that by the end of next year, the COP ID will be launched together with some services with them. Without any service, it is meaningless at all for the digital corporate identity. So we are trying to set up this ecosystem. By the end of next month, we are going to launch a sandbox program for different companies or in different industry to taste what we are going to offer in our upcoming digital corporations. So I welcome all of you to come to our sandbox to try next month.
Okay. I think this is a point that I'm going to come with to most of you is from the standpoint of infrastructure building. And maybe I'll pass that to Kyle first, because this is something that the HKMA has been focusing on, particularly from the standpoint of credit ecosystems.
Right. I guess I will address the question probably from two perspectives. Firstly, as the financial regulator of Hong Kong, obviously our core mandate is to maintain the stability and integrity of the financial system. So that's why we work with other regulators and central banks to identify and mitigate potential systemic risk, ensuring overall financial stability. And I think Douglas mentioned that LEI was actually introduced in the aftermath of the global financial crisis. And that's why since April 2019, regulatory bodies in Hong Kong have actually mandated the use of LEI for reporting OTC derivatives transactions to the Hong Kong Trade Repository. And this reporting requirement is precisely designed to enhance transparency in the OTC derivative market. And the use of LEI has helped further enhance the financial authorities' capability to identify interconnectivity of OTC derivative trades and address the relevant vulnerabilities. And more probably to the credit side, and I guess financial authorities also have a mandate in terms of market efficiency, especially when it comes to risk assessment and management, and to really invest in modernizing our financial data infrastructure. And again, going back to our Bandy's office, since 2023, we have actually been collaborating with DPO to connect the CDI with the government's consented data exchange gateway, establishing a linkage for government data sharing. And really by utilizing government data and other commercial data obtained through CDI, banks can, more effectively digitalize their operations, provide more competitive financing solutions for SMEs, and further, strengthening risk management and improving operational efficiencies. And since the launch of CDI in October 2022, we have actually facilitated over 71,000 loan applications and reviews, with estimated credit approvals exceeding 15.8 billion Hong Kong dollar as of the end of September 2025.
I think this really illustrates that point, that we really see a trend in terms of particularly these DPI projects, infrastructure projects, to build systems. And I think this is a new direction. And I think, Polly, from the standpoint of G&D, you all have a long history of building currency systems, but also of building ID systems. But from your standpoint, what are you seeing from the standpoint of trends in building CBDC and payment systems?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we've been involved, because we come from public currency from the physical side, we've been involved in the CBDC topic from day one, even before it was coined CBDC. Of course, COVID was a big push when, suddenly we all went cashless because we didn't want to catch COVID, or another big push was the Facebook DM Libra. Are we going to let these big techs take over, just because of, they can scale at mass? Are we going to let them really take over our financial system because they can scale so quickly? What we're seeing is basically, we've talked to basically almost every central bank on the planet on the topic. It's definitely a very sensitive topic. In the US, of course, given the political situation, we're seeing not a CBDC move there. But in general, we're seeing the push towards wholesale CBDC. I mean, I think the benefits there are very clear. We need that, safe settlement layer there for all the capital markets and all the tokenized use cases. My focus is more on retail CBDC. And what I'd like to share is that a lot of central banks are a bit cautious about moving forward because they haven't seen one successful implementation. We have Bahamas, we have Nigeria, and we have China's that pilot at scale. But, we've seen very, very low adoption. And there are, various reasons. Is the most compelling aspect to digital currency or CBDC is the offline functionality. Because if you think about it, we have brilliant systems that work. If you're online, you have no problem. But the minute your network is down, and we have network outages all the time, maybe not at the scale of like what happened in Iberia earlier this year. I was actually there in Madrid, and it was a bit scary because I had 60 euros to my name, didn't know how long. And the outages that we usually encounter is you go to a shop and their systems are down. Okay, fine. I have to go to the ATM, get some cash, and make a payment. When the systems are down completely, you have no option. There's no ATM. There's no bank teller that can give you cash. So, a lot of central banks are looking at contingency plans to offer at least offline digital cash. Because again, in the online space, we have enough solutions that, fulfill all of our retail use cases. But, having that offline version is really the most innovative and distinct aspect that we have in digital payments today. And if you're looking at what the Euro system is doing with the offline digital Euro, I'm really happy to say that we'll be delivering the offline digital Euro solution. Half of their budget to the digital Euro is dedicated just to offline because, they see that as really, it is underlying resiliency, it's, digital sovereignty. And ultimately, I mean, sometimes we think about financial inclusion, we think about the unbanked, but we have to remember unbanked also means our elderly grandparents or our children. Do you really want to give them a card or, a phone to make payments at that young age? So that is the perspective that we're looking at, is to basically help central banks provide inclusive payments, whether that's an offline CBDC, we're also talking to Thailand, we're looking at offering just the offline digital cash. Online, you have QR codes, we have great, solutions, but offering that offline piece. And if it's, and in the broader context of DPI, I'm just for inclusive payments, whether that's CBDC, whether that's regulated stable coins, instant payment systems. We have jurisdictions with really volatile currencies or illiquid currencies. So, this is where stable coin is really essential for making these cross-border payments. But I hope I answered your question. I can go on and on about CBDC. So yeah,
We'll come back to something on this in just a minute. I think the infrastructure point is important. And it's also, I think, interesting to see some of the linkages with ID systems. But I wanted to come back to Anthea, because Singapore, how many of you are familiar with the MyInfo system? A handful. Can you tell us a little bit about the MyInfo system? Because this is one of the most comprehensive infrastructure systems that we've seen, and many countries are looking at this as a potential direction.
Sure. I mean, I won't speak entirely for the SingPass team because we are a little bit separate, but just to give everyone a gist of what MyInfo is, essentially, through your national digital identity, there will be various attributes that are associated with you as a person or you as an organization. So this comes from all the various government agencies that connect to SingPass or CorpPass systems. So essentially, when you go and access a service, you sign in with your SingPass, they can pull your attributes through MyInfo or like the business version of MyInfo to help you pre-populate things within online forms when you're going to access these services. So yeah, essentially that is what MyInfo is about. But I mean, now that we're thinking about transitioning to a more decentralized form of identity, this will also become more decentralized over time. We're thinking that we don't only need to have public sources of data. I mean, it can also come from authoritative private sector players. So that can be banks, that can be schools. We're thinking about decentralizing these trust anchors so that we can get comprehensive information about different individuals, about different businesses, so that when you go out, you can essentially prove anything about yourself or your business instantly anywhere. And, really across borders, across sectors. Yeah.
And I think this is a trend that we're very much seeing, which is you need that base identity, whether it's individual or entity, that really needs a governmental or a sovereign input. But then that can join a lot of different forms of data, some public, some private. And that's often where the power is coming in. Now, I know from your standpoint, the opportunity to ask this group questions is very useful. So I'm going to leave a few minutes for Q&A, but I just want to ask each of you quickly, we're seeing these systems being designed and built in individual places. What about interoperability? From your standpoint, what are you actually doing with your system to try to support cross-border interoperability? And maybe we'll just go reverse from Anthea. Polly can give trends and then down the road. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a difficult question that we're grappling with as well, but a very important one, especially to Singapore, because we're such an open economy. It's critical to our survival that we can interoperate with all these countries. So I guess there's many angles to look at this. First one, I think clear to everyone, that's the technical sort of interoperability. As of right now, the industry, there are varying standards. So we're keeping track of all these things, understanding the value of different types of standards, different systems that exist out there to be able to kind of, pick a road, so as to say, or like place a bet on which standards might be prevailing over time so that we can interoperate with as many countries, as many other jurisdictions as possible. So that's one angle, of course. That's without that, that's a non-starter. But of course, I think another very, very important angle is the governance bit. So you can have the technical trust, doesn't mean that it's going to get adopted. You need to be able to have the various things within the ecosystem in place. So that could be legal frameworks. Do we accept these new forms, new technologies when we look at digital ID? I think another thing is also trust frameworks. So how do we establish trust between different players in this new ecosystem? How is it maintained? How do we look at it, regulate it? What happens when trust is broken? So a lot of these things we do have to think through. Yeah, so I think in short, technical, non-technical, both equally important. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
EC side
Yeah,
interoperability.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge because one of the most compelling, use cases for CBDC or digital currencies in general is a cross-border use case. And so that's a question we get all the time. And I think from a technical perspective, I think we're advancing we're advancing. And I don't think the technology is a problem. There are amazing solutions that can basically act as the connective tissue to connect all the different systems. There are many models out there. I think, again, the big challenge is the legal, the regulatory domains that we have to navigate through, especially as we're coming from the different pillars of identity and payments and data exchange. Yeah, they're all coming from, multiple, legal domains, and trying to navigate through that and having that coordination challenge and making sure you have the same priorities, and making sure that the alignment is there, and ultimately just making sure, I think the most important thing is just to make sure that, keeping that end user in mind, to make it ultimately has to be inclusive and accessible for all segments of the society.
Yeah, I think that's one of the challenges is in something like the EU, you could build a single system like Target 2 where everyone has to participate in. But from a standpoint of something like ASEAN, we're finding with the Nexus project that you have to build a system that then links the individual ones. And very much the governance and the legal issues take a lot more time than just linking the technologies.
For the interoperability is the key issue that we always take consideration on. As I already mentioned that when we design a framework and we decide a deployment approach, we try to stick with the international legalization and also the international standard. So by adopting that, at least that we can ensure about the acceptance from the another side. So we don't build the new things from our own. But in the reality, it's not that easy. Even though we try to adopt the model law from UN, we try to localize to our society. But when we need to do the cross-border transaction, there's still some difficulties. And, because for the counterparty, sometimes they have their own individual issues. So the legal part is not exactly the same. So even for the legal interoperability is very challenging. But even for the technical part, okay, I already often mentioned about the standard, but when we take a look at the standard, there are so many standards. For instance, like a VC, verifiable credential, there are so many standards on that. Sometimes we talk about the W3C, somebody talk about the MDOT. Okay, there are some minor things that we still need to take a look and define the things that how to make it really interoperable with others. So this is a very challenging. But okay, in conclusion, I would say that this is the key things that we always thinking about. But we still finding the proper ways how to solve this issue. For Thailand, we already have the digital in Thailand. We also are looking for the collaboration and for the cross-border transaction to other countries. So in ASEAN, okay, we try to talk with other partners like Singapore. We try to talk with other countries. What is the possibility that we can do the interoperability pilot for the digital ID? And okay, it's still a very starting point. So we hope that we would have the successful pilot very soon. Thank you.
Yeah, I can share with you the Hong Kong scenario. For the I'm Smart digital personal identity platform we have been using now. Actually, there are some cross-boundary cases because Hong Kong is enjoying the one country, two system benefits, I can say that. Despite that, the flow of data or information is free from Hong Kong, same as the goods, people, or capital. We can throw our data to anywhere or identity to everywhere. Still yet, when we need to authenticate or communicate with the system in Chinese mainland. They have their own regulatory requirements. They have their own legal requirements or other controls on those data flow. So in Hong Kong, we actually have worked with the Chinese mainland government authorities to work out something. Like, for example, we have the mutual recognition of e-certificates between Hong Kong and Guangdong so that the digital certificate in these two places can be mutually recognized. This makes the business transactions can have more effective and efficient, easily recognizable between these two places. Another thing is that when we talk about personal data, the Hong Kong government has also an agreement with the mainland authorities that the flow of personal data from China or from Chinese mainland, especially the Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau Greater Bay Area, through a standard contract, organizations can pass the data from one area to another area, so that the greatly helps Hong Kong to collect this kind of information from mainland cities, so that this can help to build up our own attributes. And regarding the digital corporate ID, of course, we have our own standard to follow. We rely on the smart infrastructure. We have our own technical standard and legal standard. But of course, we are well aware of the cross-boundary or cross-border use cases. We will be incorporating well-known identity like the vLEI, like the DUNS number in our corporate ID, so that business entities can carry out their business transactions by using some pre-existing well-known identities in other places. We are also actively exploring with the Chinese mainland to make use of the W3C decentralized ID in our corp ID, so that we hope that this will help to have more mutual recognitions in our business transactions. Thank you.
I was just going to quickly echo Benny that, we are very glad to see that the digital corp ID is planning to, link with vLEI, which is obviously a very important, global data infrastructure. At the local level, our local data infrastructure, CDI, when it comes to the consent management process, we also plan to make use of the digital corp ID so that, everything will be interoperable. At the international level, obviously, international organizations like the ROC plays a very crucial role in supporting the development of industry-wide standards and certification programs to ensure that, the digital identity system, are actually interoperable. And as an example, we serve on the ROC's Committee on Derivative Identifiers and Data Elements. Together with the authorities, we assess whether identifiers such as unique product identifiers, unique transaction identifier, and critical data element meets the ROC principle and ISO standards. Where gaps emerge, we propose revisions or additional protocols to the ROC plenary to strengthen consistency, interoperability, and transparency.
Thank you. I'd like to take, and I think the takeaway from that, which I think almost everyone will take away, is we're seeing lots of progress on the domestic digital ID systems and infrastructure. But cross-border, it's still at a very early stage, which the good news is that we don't have a whole bunch of systems that are non-interoperable. The bad news is they're not yet interoperable. So let me take 2 or 3 questions and then we'll field them to the panel. So there's one there. Yeah, please. So that's one. Others, we take 1 or 2 others. Any other questions? Yeah. So you take either or both of those as you wish. So or not at all. So Anthea, if you want, Hans, if he wants to grab either of those questions. AI agent identity issue.
Maybe I try the upcoming the development of the digital ID in Hong Kong. Actually, we think that well, why are we trying to digitize the identity? Because we want to promote something in the society. Actually, digitization is the driving force now. It is one of the driving force to the economy in Hong Kong here. So we are trying to see that in traditionally, we are using paper-based verifications. We are using paper-based ecosystem so that so as to facilitate business transactions and the government transactions. So after we have the personal digital identity in place, we move forward to the corporate digital identity. We hope that with this digital identity, we can promote more businesses, we can facilitate and streamline more resources and workflow so that all those transactions in society will be more streamlined, with more secure and reliable and trustworthy. We want to extend this to the within Hong Kong, other than Hong Kong, then we move forward, one step forward with the Chinese mainland. Of course, we welcome to move forward internationally. This hope that will address your questions.
Okay, to me, about the goal for the digital ID, I think we aim to build the trust and secure and reliable digital transaction. This is just our goal. But to achieve that, okay, we need to have the progress and the steps. Firstly, we need to consider about the digital ID for the national person. So in Thailand, okay, we already have that. And for the next step, we plan for the corporate transaction. So it may come out as the corporate digital ID or maybe some other solution. So this is the things that we plan for the digital ID in Thailand.
Anyone else want to input?
Okay, I think I will also start with the principles before I move on to the AI question. I don't have a comprehensive list of principles, but I think what I can say is that in general, I think as I've said before, interoperability, scalability, data flexibility, having both public-private sector, those are huge ones to us. But as much as we can build like a great system inherently, we also feel like we need to pay attention to uptake. And I think that's something that came across very clearly also from the other panelists. So building these things in mind, bearing in mind that we need the rest of the ecosystem to be able to adopt. So empower them to do so. How can we do this? I mean, this again draws on like the environment that we need to create. So that is making sure that the legal bits, the governance bit is in also helping them be able to access these sort of capabilities. So we are also thinking about what open source libraries, for example, we need to offer to companies in order to enable them to have this sort of issuance and verification capabilities. Yeah, so I think in just that, AI, it's very, very prelim right now, but we understand that this is a growing issue. We understand that there's a need to be able to identify agents, to identify the scope of the work that they've been assigned by real humans, to have this sort of like user consent flow, and be able to cut things off if they ever act outside of scope. So this is something that we are indeed exploring. We hope to pursue a use case on this, but nothing too firmed up yet. That is something that we are thinking about. Yeah.
And I think this is something that going forward is if we start with individuals, we move to legal entities, the next is really going to be from not necessarily identity, but as Anthea says, identification. And particularly to the extent that we're already seeing, for instance, in the virus context, the existence of some largely independent entity activities. This is something that going forward to be able to identify different types is actually going to be central as this moves forward. So I think on brilliant question, if you would all join me in thanking our panel for a fascinating discussion today.
Force who will join us online. Rachel Pan, Aerotrade, Jim Lim, AIMICHIA, Irene Ng, Data Swift, Pinelli Curzio, CRIF, and Jen Pabalan, Smile Technology. Each team will have 8 minutes to present their project, followed by comments from our moderator and judging panel. Now, let's invite Mr. Allen. Thank you.
Thank you, audience, and thank you very much for staying with us till now. So I think it's quite a long day, and we leave the best to the last. And let's go straight into it. My name is Alan Shao. I'm actually part of the independent jury. So I was working on the reviewing and evaluation and scoring of all these solutions as part of the jury group. Since I'm the closest, I'm based out in Manila, the Philippines. And so I'm coming here in person to help the team moderate today's session, the finalist pitch. The format is actually this way. So we have 6 finalist teams. So each team will have 10 minutes to for their solutions. They will have 8 minutes to present, and also have 2 minutes for some of the comments from the jury group, and also a little bit time for question. I think without further ado, let's get straight into it. The first one is the online one, right? So PixForce. So because we have a team, unfortunately, they are based out in Brazil. So it's hard to travel here. So they will just present their solution online. So let's welcome Raphael from PixForce.
Hi there. Good morning, all. Good morning, Alan. It's a pleasure to be here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Also, great. Can you also see my screen?
Oh, yeah.
With the presentation? Apologies, I didn't hear that. Are you able to see my screen with the presentation?
Let's adjust a
All
little.
right, then please let me know when I can start the timer.
It's perfect now.
All right. Well, thank you all. My name is Rafael Loureiro. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for PixForce, a company that focuses on computer vision and artificial intelligence. So today, what I wanted to do is give you a very brief overview of the company and then tell you a little bit about our flagship product. PixForce was founded in 2016, and today we're proud to say that we have over 110 employees. And over these last years, we received several awards and accolades, as you can see here on the screen, including being Brazil's #1 startup for 7 times in a row. So our solutions are very scalable and very efficient, and this has allowed us to work with some of the major players in the international market, including Shell, Gerdau, Galp, and most recently CLP in Hong Kong. And this has tied in very nicely with our global expansion plans, because currently we have offices not only in Brazil, but also Houston, Finland, and Hong Kong. So as promised, now I want to talk to you a little bit about one of our flagship products. It's called Edexa. Edexa is an AI-based solution that allows us and the client to basically analyze, extract, and also identify information in any type of document or image. This can be structured or unstructured material. And what really sets this apart is the ability not only to extract and analyze the information, but we can take the data and automatically insert it into the client's system via an API. So we can work with Oracle, we can work with TOTUS, we can work with SAP. So the advantage, this is more than just an LLM accessing or processing information. We're able to create efficiency by essentially taking the data that's relevant to the client and inserting it directly into the client's system. And this is very useful for clients that have high volumes of documents. So we work a lot with legal, finance, accounting departments, any kind of data management that requires repetitive or large volumes of documents to be held or processed on a weekly or daily basis. Some of the documents that we actually work with the most are tax and registration documents, contracts and power of attorney, invoices. So any type of repetitive document or those that have large quantities of information. And how does IDEXA work? We have 5 key features that allow us to process the information. So firstly, we're able to extract information from any image. This can be physical documents, PDF files, pictures of documents. It can be structured and unstructured. So the system's able to read that information and customize what relevant data needs to be extracted and interpreted. We can do, for example, field analyses. So you can determine what information is relevant in order. For example, here, expiration dates, country of birth. We can also create triggers that are specific to that document. So we can cross-check, make sure, for example, that tens of documents or all of the documents presented to the client are consistent among themselves. So we can check to see if the registration numbers, if the expiration dates, the names on all of the documents are the same, and provide a red flag in the event that one of those documents or one of those data points are inconsistent. Further, these documents are organized automatically. So what we can do is take images, file company names, and provide them in different folders for the client so that you can organize the information in the way that's most useful for the use for that specific client. And lastly, this information is, as I mentioned, easily integrated via an API. This is something that our clients have asked for because today everybody is very used to using ChatGPT, Gemini, and other fantastic LLM models. But the big difference is how can we put that information into the client's system? And that's where we can use our API. And that's kind of what sets us apart. So here's an example of a client that wants to use the information to read, for example, an electric bill. This is done in a matter of seconds. The client has determined what type of information is relevant, including taxpayer identification numbers, amount of taxes paid, addresses, percentages. All of that is immediately extracted. So we could do this not only for a simple document or structured document such as an electric bill, but we can use this, for example, for identification numbers. We can use it for banking information. No matter what the data is or what is the document, we can create rules to extract that and also provide it to the client, including some certain triggers. So if a document is expired or if the information is, if the document is expired or the information is not consistent. So what we've gained with this, and this is something that we've seen throughout all of our clients that use the solution, is we have a 99% accuracy rate, and in some cases it's actually 25 times faster than doing this process manually. Here in Brazil, there's a large bank called Sicredi. They use this, for example, to read powers of attorneys, articles of association, and tax documentation. And they use this for read a couple, I think almost 80,000 pages of documents every month. And we're able to extract that information using IDEXA. They're very satisfied with that. And we also use this for logistics departments, banks, and other large industries. And lastly, one thing that has been very useful for us is that we're able to create personalized AI agents. And what this enables us to do is the information that I mentioned is not only extracted but interpreted, and we can create these agents where the client can ask the agent with natural language information regarding the data that was extracted. So if you have a large data lake or base of documents and you want to ask the client, if you want to ask the agent, what are the documents, what are the inconsistencies that were identified, what is the pattern that's been shown in these documents over the last period of time, we can also use our AI agents to do that work. So hopefully I wasn't too quick in explaining these details, but I wanted to leave some time for questions here. And I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ralph. I think everyone can see it's like a very mature solution already, and I think I've just scanned through the reviews and the comments from the jury members. And the common feedback is this documented results with this solution you created. It's actually very mature and proven. However, there's one question the jury team want you to think about to move forward is more about the strategic differentiation, because the teams think there's a already quite competitive space for the AI document AI space, and how to use vLEI as an enriching feature rather than the core to really make your solution IDEXA a differentiator other than the large sort of OCR and AI market providers. Probably a question for you to think about, take forward, like basically how to create like a tangible, billable value for such a product.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I'll give you an example. We have two clients here that have in Brazil that are some of the major world players for logistics and fuel transportation. And they have high demand for reading documents. So they're unable to use an LLM to read the documents that they have. They have a lot of physical documents. So we're able to scan and receive digital copies of that information and process these documents for them on a rolling basis. So this happens when they're uploading and unloading trucks and they need to read those documents on the fly and have that information processed, inserted into their system immediately so that they can so that the trucks can go in and out. So we were able to, they used to take about 24 minutes per truck, per vehicle. And by using IDEXA, they now take 3 minutes to do that. And to answer more specifically your question, how does this differentiate from using an LLM model? I think the biggest difference here is that we're able to extract the information and insert the relevant data points into the client system. Because anybody can access an LLM and ask them to look at a document. But the big difference is, how do you take that information later and then insert it automatically into the client system? So for vLEI, we can take those identification numbers and we can throw that into the system. So as the client receives those numbers, as they're relevant, we can then take that information and include it where it's relevant, not simply just using OCR. OCR exists there's more than 20, 30 years that we have OCR, but being able to put that information where it needs to go automatically, that's the challenging point.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the time. And the next finalist is setting out to build a trusted, a trusted collaboration network for digital trade. Let's welcome AEO Trade Beijing Technology. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. It's my honor to present our solution. Building a vLEI anchored digital trust foundation for global trade. And I would like to special thanks to vLEI and to Certizen. With their support and continuous help, we made it. So let's start with a simple question. In our hyper-connected digital world, why does global trade still feel so disconnected? I think many of you are in the trading ecosystem and you are familiar with the difficulties and challenges we face every day. So interoperability, trust, security, and collaboration are the major 4 challenges we face in global trade. For the time pressure, I won't give details explanation to the challenge, and let's move to our hackathon proposal. Actually, our proposal is building based on AEO trade chain, which vision is to an open, trusted, and digital trade ecosystem so as to solve those critical problems we face in global trade. From this illustration, you can see there are 5 layers underground, which is a basis of the whole interoperability framework. And based on the five layer in our protocol, we embedded vLEI into it to authorize each player in the whole process to have a specific unique digital ID. Imagine a single unified network connecting everyone, sellers, buyers, logistics providers, banks, and government agencies. On this network, we enable key services, matchmaking, logistics, cross-border clearance, payment settlement, trade finance, and insurance. To make this possible, this framework acts as a universal translator and connector. The 5 layers played different roles in the whole solution. Digital identity is the first layer for handshake for different players on the platform. This allows us to bridge major standards like UNE-DEFACT and platforms like Chainmaker or Tree Trust to collaborate with each other, to talking with each other, and then creating a common language for global trade. So let me make this concrete with a simple example in this hackathon. The journey of EBL. Our solution seamlessly integrates the vLEI with AO trade chain by embedding vLEI as a core digital identity. As shown on the diagram, there are 2 key points in this proposal. Based on AO trade chain platform, vLEI digital identity was leveraged and blockchain technology was leveraged to focus on 4 key links in cross-border international trade: contract, EBL, logistics, and financing. Here, I will only focus on EBL. How it works? Let's briefly walk through the trusted EBL flow. Every step is authenticated with vLEI and recorded on the chain. It's a very simple 4-step flow. First, a carrier with a verified legal identity issues an EBL on the blockchain. This isn't just a PDF, it's a verifiable, tamper-proof digital asset. And step 2, the exporter receives the EBL, then verifies its authenticity and transfers ownership to the importer. Because everything is recorded on the chain, double selling is prevented. Third, the importer. The surrenders the EBL to claim the goods. The carrier verifies and accepts it. This enables a fully paperless process from start to finish. And then finally, the bank verifies the EBL's authenticity and the identities of the parties involved. Based on this trusted on-chain evidence, they process the payment securely. At the heart of this process is vLEI, a verifiable legal entity identifier. It's the digital passport for businesses that ensures every participant who they claim to be building the foundation of trust. This proposal isn't just a concept. We have a proven track record. We successfully executed the first fully digital pilot between China and Singapore, which was recognized as a key bilateral achievement, fully connected to Tree Trust Framework. Tree Trust Framework is a framework issued by Singapore government, IMDA, and based on AO Trade Chain and Tree Trust Framework, we have a data infrastructure for cross-border trading. This trial involves 12 participants across 5 phases and covering 19 trade operations. This is just a very simple example of global trade. We have since completed 7 additional real-world pilots across Asia and Africa, receiving international acclaim. And our use case was included in ICC report. Seizing the moment is the subject of that report. And the result, an 80% increase in efficiency and a 30% reduction in operating costs, manual costs. Since then, we have successfully expanded from food products in 2023 to applicants with companies like Samsung, and to vehicles and large-scale infrastructure projects with China Road and Bridge Corporation in 2025. And most recently, complex multi-corridor digital trade practice connecting China, Singapore, Philippines, Tanzania, etc. Our network is growing, reaching partners all over the world. So I will play the video of our solution.
The exporter, AEO Trade, importer, Certizen, and carrier register for AEO Trade OS accounts using their vLEIs. Upon login, the interface displays the operator's bound details: name, AEO Trade Chain DID, position, vLEI, and account status, followed by the corresponding organization's name: AEO Trade Chain DID, LEI, vLEI, and account status. Users then access the electronic bill of lading platform via AEO Trade OS. The carrier's operator initiates the process by issuing the EBL within the platform. After verifying their vLEI-bound AEO Trade Chain digital identity, the operator completes the basic document information and fills the exporter's vLEI-bound digital identity in the blank of owner and holder. Before finishing issuance, the operator's digital identity needs to be verified once more. After successful issuance, the operator needs to download a .tt format EBL, which compliant with the Trade Trust Framework, and emails this .tt file to the exporter. After the cargo arrive at the port, the exporter's operator logs into the EBL platform, uploads the .tt file received from the carrier, and completes verification. On the transfer page, the operator enters the importer's vLEI-bound AEO Trade Chain digital identity. After verifying the importer's digital identity, ownership can be transferred to the importing company. At the end of this part, the exporter is supposed to email the original .tt format EBL to the importer. The importer logs into the EBL platform, uploads the .tt file received from the exporter, and completes verification. On the surrender page, they verify their digital identity to execute the surrender. The carrier's operator then logs into the EBL platform, accepts the surrender after verifying the digital identity, concluding the whole EBL operational procedures. When submitting the payment application to the bank, the importer attaches the .tt format EBL file as supporting trade documentation. The bank verifies the EBL's authenticity through the EBL platform. By examining the EBL's transfer history and the vLEI information of the involved operators, the bank confirms the trade authenticity, processes the payment to the exporter, and finalizes the cross-border transaction.
So in conclusion, we have demonstrated a replicable path to solve trace trust problem. The vLEI is the key and the AO Triton is the vehicle. We are not just proposing a solution, we are building the future of trade, more transparent, efficient, and inclusive. We are turning the complex, paper-based, and distrustful system of the past into a streamlined, secure, and inclusive ecosystem for the future. I would like to invite you to join us in the mission let's work together to build a global digital trade ecosystem for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So it's a great example of demonstrate how to utilize the vLEI into the trade network. I think to just save time, the main comments I reviewed the comments from jury group early on. So on this was how to somehow create a go-to-market strategy to getting the adoption strategy. So you already demonstrate some of the use case. You worked with some partners. But since this is a different stage kind of closed loop design, it's a very comprehensive design already, how to encourage other people to join into network adoption. Thank you. All right. The one next up is Jim. Yeah, thank you. To the week. Yeah. Full screen. Full screen lost the. Oh, it's okay. Early on lost the translation.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim from Amateur Technology. We are honored to join this hackathon. So let me show to. This is Taiwan Commercial Certificate. It's a PKI system. And this is credit score report from JCIC in Taiwan. So we can use Taiwan Commercial Certificate we call 工商凭证 or TCC to app this document credit document. We trust this document in Taiwan and use this credit score report to in SME financial, but move to the other country. This document is maybe is this a try? Is the real? This is the big problem. So we solve this problem. We use the TCC and the vLEI. In this hackathon, we developed for core module. Module 1, commercial certificate, reading engine. Module 2, vLEI conversion. Module 3, data integrate. Module 4, cost-body credit score. So this is the module 1. we use a smart card reader Taiwan commercial certificate. This certificate have the two sets, one encryption and two signature. So we read TCC illustrate two certificate apps import to local in security. So this is a demo show. And the module 2, we use import Taiwan commercial certificate to mapping it is tickles the S509. We mapping to ACDC, and we create vLEI, and combine together. This show picture, because we install two quotation. One's encryption, two is a simultaneous. So we can making a KRI information. So module 3, multi source data integrate. Our source use Taiwan my data to integrate. Use business test filing and real access or so create JCIC the credit score information. So we export 3 test file. This is a demo picture. So, and we have the 5 level trust score implement. Level 1, verify business certificate is the validity. Level 2, consider check the business test in the file, maybe 6 months the data. Level 3, we integrate credit score information. Level 4, include real as the only step. Level 5, air-based as a settlement model. So if we created new credit score, we can for disclosure or packaging disclosure, we use LKB. LKB is the private technology. So I will show you video demo. This is video on the model 2 and the model 3. So we currently install certificate, Taiwan certificate, commercial certificate. You can see this certificate is the true and can verify. This is the order certificate. It can be verified. making the HDC format. And we can trade this HDC JSON file is maybe correct or not. This is the modules left video. First, we upload business certificate. And we upload my data to integrate to implement newer credit score. This our company new the credit score. So we generate vLEI credential. New credential we can full disclosure or partition disclosure. So final module, cost body credit score. This module we use three technology. First, we use the PQC to make it security communication. Technology two, we use the harmonic equation. Technology three, cost adjustment interpretation. So we making 5 critical score in many countries. So we lower credit score. As said, we have the 5 countries have the credit score and after low application. Finally, we create a new credit score and have the bank financial tool to us. So in the summary, our solution is don't drop out the orange system. We solution to add newer newer function to leverage orange system to become a global choice. So this is our solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. So as everyone can see, it's a technically quite sophisticated solution, but also it's quite smart to leverage the existing national Taiwan national identity system. And this is a new, it's a great way to how to utilize vLEI in the real case. Next one coming up is Criff. So it's let's welcome Criff. It's let's see how their sort of global perspective on credit and risk utilize vLEI. Thank you, team. Stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really glad to be here today to share with you what we consider one of the game changers for the next future of B2B transaction. Before digging into this topic, let's introduce my company. Criff is a company with more than 35 years of experience in business information, credit risk evaluation, and ESG certification. With a global network of more than 35 companies worldwide. And beside this strong history and experience, innovation is in our DNA. And today, the main question that is on our table is how the agentic revolution will affect B2B in the next future. But agents are already here. They are managing supply chain. They are negotiating deals at a speed that is way faster than before. And in this new world, the question is how you can build trust. How you can answer this simple question. Who is the company on the other side of the wire? Does it have the financial stability you need to conclude the deal? Does it have the ESG profile that match your certification and your needs for the supply chain? In the old good times, all of these questions were answered by human being interaction, by email or by phone. But today, of course, in a world that is running at the speed of light, this is not enough. We need some more strong. We need a digital verifiable identity. And you know what? The vLEI is the key for this solution, is the key for this system. It provides a strong digital verifiable identity, and it answers the first question, who are you? But for all the other questions, how we can take that other question? We need to create on top of the vLEI, a new trustable ecosystem. And this is where TrustSphere jumps in.
Okay, we established that the vLEI provides the foundational identity. But now let's move on the operational layer that answered to the crucial second question. Are you okay for me? The first actor are certifiers. They are domain experts that make the whole system extensible. They issue verified badges containing credentials and claims that describe the capability of the participant. We achieve scalability relying on the same trust delegation model of the vLEI that is based on the QVIs. The certification layer output badges, the new trust currency. They are digital proof of specific skills or capabilities that are by definition verifiable and recognized. And you know what the cool part is? That badges are living credentials, since certifier can instantly revoke a badge whenever the condition changes, ensuring that the trust is always built on real-time data. The third actors on our platform are applications, trusted autonomous agents that can collaborate. But to be able to interact with each other, discoverability must be a key pillar on the system. And how we get it done? With two services. The first is the Trust Orchestrator agent, an expert that can suggest the right application and the right badges based on the customer business need. And the second is the Trusted Discoverability MCP, a gateway that lets AI search and connects across the ecosystem. But which is the role of my company, Criff, in this ecosystem?
This dynamic ecosystem, CRIF, with its global expertise in business information and risk scoring, enable connection between companies worldwide. To make things simple, we consolidate the best of our offering into two distinctive badges. Risk Lens certifies the financial health of companies, answering simple questions like, is this company financially strong enough? Or could it be a resilient and reliable supplier? Or is it going to fail or default on payments? On the other hand, Green Pulse. Green Pulse badge is the result of our commitment on sustainability and responsible business practices. But let's see our solution, how it applies in a real-world scenario, a problem that each purchasing department faces every day, finding the right supplier. In our demonstration, you will see how quick and easy became the process with intelligent agents, trustable badges, and secure identification. Now let's see them.
Hi, I'm Alice, head of the purchase department. My job is to respond to the company's needs in the best possible way, finding the right products from the best suppliers. I need to move fast, but I can't compromise on security. That's where TrustSphere comes in. I log into the portal with my credentials. These credentials don't just tell the ecosystem who I am, they also identify my company and my role within it. My colleague sent me an email with a mixed set of orders. In the past, I would have had to create an Excel sheet, open a portal for each type of supplier, and search for the best option. Then write an email to every candidate and move forward. Now, all I need to do is go to my email queue, open it, and forward it to the TrustSphere ecosystem expert. They identify the best application within the ecosystem. In this case, CRIF Supply Portal Expert Agent, and in no time, they summarize the order, process it, and categorize it. The cool part? The agent does all of this for me and even shows its reasoning process. It combines its expertise with mine. AI finds the best suppliers for each category, applying criteria like proximity and reliability. But here's the cool part. I can interact and refine the search based on my needs. I don't need to know how the portal works. I just leverage its expertise and the insights CRF provides. Okay, now all I need to do is confirm the RFQ is created and sent to all selected suppliers who receive an invitation email. Thanks to TrustSphere, I've completed a full day's work in just minutes, and I did it securely. I only interacted with certified applications and engaged trusted users.
Now it's my turn. I'm Robert, sales manager at Beta Ltd. I've just received an email inviting me to join an RFQ from Beta Ltd. I know it's part of the TrustSphere network, so I confidently click the link and access the portal. The portal shows me all the order details and key information about the requesting company. The order looks interesting, so I decide to apply for the RFQ. CRIF Supplier Portal requires companies to have a risk lens, a credential that certifies their risk status. To participate, I provide it and boom, my proposal is submitted. The best part? Alice knows my company meets the requirements, but trust works both ways, right? I can also request a risk lens badge with minimal risk before accepting a 90-day payment term. The badge is secure because it's issued by a recognized certifier with domain expertise, always up to date and with no expiration. It guarantees that the deal is not only instant, but also safe.
Now the question is, are we ready? Thank you.
Thank you, CRIF team. I think it's great to see CRIF's sort of idea to integrate the vLEI into your offering to enhance your performance reports and the credit risk reports. It's actually we think as the jury group, we think the potential is really very, very big, and how to incentivize your existing client base to really adopt those vLEI enhanced reports might be a real question for your company strategy. But the immediate utility and the trust the vLEI provided to this ecosystem is really powerful. The next one, we change the speaker, but it will be from David from DataSuite. Thank you, David. Yeah, okay. Oh. This is the one. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Tech conference. So when we think about companies, we typically think about the enterprises that dominate news headlines and capital markets. But in reality, the vast majority of businesses in the world are micro, small, and medium enterprises. More than 90% of businesses in the world are MSMEs. They contribute to more than 50% of global GDP and provide over 2/3 of jobs. And yet, despite being so important, they struggle to attract capital. So much so that the World Bank estimates the global funding gap for MSMEs to be about $6 trillion, which is a staggering amount that hampers productivity growth and investment that would boost economic growth and job opportunities for the whole economy. And so we asked ourselves, as part of the challenge from the hackathon, why is this happening? Why are these companies so ubiquitous and yet invisible to global finance? And the reason is that finance requires trust to flow, and trust is generated on data, information availability. But most of these businesses operate outside the boundaries of traditional reporting and verification mechanisms, and so it is impossible for them to provide, or most of the times it's difficult for them to provide verifiable information about their activities, their transactions, and when their data, the data of these businesses is invisible, the businesses themselves remain invisible to finance. And so we decided to solve this problem by creating a solution that leverages two powerful innovations. One is vLEI framework and credentials created by vLEI, and the other one is our DataSwift wallet. And through that, we create a new paradigm where MSME data can be verified at source, signed by a trusted authority, and most importantly, controlled by its rightful owners and shared at the right time. By now, I think even the chairs of this room have understood what is a vLEI, so I'm not going to tell you about it, but I'm going to spend a minute to say what the DataSwift wallet is. The DataSwift wallet is a digital tool that allows businesses, individuals, any one of its users to store, collect, and control smart data and to share it with anyone they want whenever they want it by using hot microservers and without requiring the need of an intermediary, so that digital proofs can be created and shared at scale. And we introduced the vLEI credentials into the wallet so that when vLEI signed data enters the wallet, it gains the institutional trust. It leverages the institutional trust provided by the vLEI credentials, and it provides trusted information that can be shared with anyone within a trade network and authenticated and accepted as a proof, therefore enabling visibility and proof of transaction to flow within the ecosystem. we are going to show it. We decided to develop this with and to test this concept with the quintessential small business, which are smallholder farmers. Smallholder farmers represent probably the largest category of micro enterprises in the world. There are about 500 million people involved in smallholder farming in the world. And yet they are chronically underfunded. Less than 10% of them is able to access formal financial channels. And about $200 billion of funding gap is estimated every year for this category, perpetrating a cycle of underinvestment and poverty that we all read about in the news. At the same time, farmers in this category are extremely important for food security and for land conservation. So we found a perfect partner to reach this category in Kuza. Kuza is a really brilliant and admirable company that has built over the years a network of youth agripreneurs, which is young folks from rural areas investing in entrepreneurial activities in the countryside. And the Kuza network numbers about 6,000 of them, which collectively can reach about 1.5 million farmers across 9 countries in Africa and Asia. And we decided to test our solution with their help, deploying it across villages in Kenya in a way that is shown in this video, which I hope now will work. Of course, it's not. Okay.
$500 million smallholder farmers produce.
How do I show it? Over here. Can you duplicate? Window. Okay.
80% of the food in developing countries. Yet they remain invisible to formal finance. They have no formal records, their collateral is limited, and their data is hard to access. Lenders can't trust what they can't verify. The current market is failing them. We need to design a better one. Kuza's One Network already connects more than 6,000 agripreneurs and 1.5 million farmers across 9 countries. But while trust exists within the platform, it doesn't yet travel beyond it. That's where the DataSwift wallet and vLEI come in. By embedding Kuza's vLEI signed credential into the DataSwift wallet, every agripreneur gains a globally recognized digital identity. And because they legally store, own, and move with their data, it can be validated in seconds by anyone, anywhere. Let's demonstrate. Here is Mary, a Kuza agripreneur. On the Kuza app, her DataSwift wallet is embedded and linked to her HAT microserver, a unique technology that stores and gives her full rights to her data. This data is called smart data. With a few clicks, she connects her Kuza account to pull her vLEI signed Kuza data into her wallet. Her data is now smart, and she uses it to claim the Kuza Agripreneur badge. As an agripreneur, Mary buys, transports, and delivers inputs to farmers. Her Stockist Pathway badge, or SPG, issued by Kuza, tracks every interaction. Each verified event creates more smart data that adds to her experience score, building a portable behavioral reputation she controls. On the SPG badge in the wallet, there is a smart showcase where Mary can discover offers. One of them is a warehouse rental credit. Thanks to her high SPG experience score, Mary can get credit to pay back 2 weeks later after she sells her goods. Mary can now grow her business and support more farmers in her community. In order to get the loan, Mary pushed the data from her SPG badge to the finance provider's wallet. Mary uses her credit at the warehouse, delivers on time, and repays, creating more smart data in every experience. Her score climbs, while the lender's score increases too, reflecting their credibility. Every interaction creates smart data on a trust graph that can be analyzed without exposing identity. New providers can join the ecosystem easily. No integration, no code. If they hold a vLEI credential, they can accelerate their registration as trusted participants. Every credential in this system is anchored on vLEI standard, a proven global trust layer for institutions. DataSwift Wallet uses peer-to-peer portability of smart data through badges, a safe way for data to be portable. no blockchains, fast,
Well, fortunately, we had the subtitles so you could
finance.
follow the end.
A global trust fabric that anyone can join.
Thank you. It's increasingly difficult to make it. So, yeah, in conclusion, what we're going to do now is deploying this solution across a number of villages and test the yield and impact of the badges to allow ultimately showing how smart data can enable the flows of capital into the world unbanked businesses and scale into the millions. So, hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think this is fantastic. I think it's a demonstrate how to utilize vLEI into a new paradigm shift for small SME sort of finance, and also it's a great way to demonstrate how this sort of digital wallet and the whole ecosystem can really making vLEI to work in the real sort of sense, to give this a badge, a digital wallet, a sort of pathway for SME. Thank you again for your demonstration. The final one, the presenter is a change gear into streamlining business onboarding. This is from Small Technology. Thank you.
PPT.
This is a new one. Okay. Okay.
All right, good afternoon. So essentially what we're presenting is, and our assertion is that the KYB process or the Know Your Business process is broken, right? For PSPs, banks, insurance companies, if you're in that business, you know that the KYB process is very difficult, very time consuming, very expensive. Especially now that the pace of business is so fast, the way we do KYB has to change. So our presentation, our proposal for this hackathon is something we're calling Smile Checks, which is leveraging APIs and the vLEI framework and protocol to make that process more seamless, much faster, more scalable, more efficient. So the way it works, very simply, is we're essentially built a platform that kind of addresses some of the gaps that we've heard from the panels earlier around LEI and vLEI. LEI is a wonderful framework, right? It's a global way to be able to verify a business. Unfortunately, the problem is recency and coverage, right? And in some cases, depth. It lacks depth. It only has basic information about the business. With vLEI, you're now able to verify the persons associated with a legal entity. However, again, it's a very new specification, very new standard, and so it remains to be seen how it's adopted. So what we've built is basically a platform which kind of blends traditional means of verifying a business and integrating the vLEI and LEI into that framework. So basically, what we do at the high level is combine different aspects of KYB, like looking up with the local registry, mapping that business information with the LEI database, getting information that typically is still in paper-based documents about the business, like their financial information, automating the information extraction about the business, and more importantly, like doing something called UBO, Ultimate Beneficial Owner Verification, and then putting that all together with a comprehensive report. So instead of talking about it, let me just show you how it works. Okay. So very quickly. So here we integrated a local registry, right? Because coverage is still low. We work with the local registries like the Hong Kong registry to get information about the business. We use then AI agents to extract information from public sources, from authoritative sources, from media sources, which typically have more recent information about the business. Besides that, we ask from the business, we look up the information, cross-reference it with the LEI database, see like if the business is a child or subsidiary or has subsidiaries with other businesses. Right. Now, this typically you have an LEI entry only if you have a big business, but for MSMEs, coverage can be limited. So that's why we have to augment the information with AI agents that scour information from public sources to augment that information. Now here, we're asking, in this scenario, we're asking like more like financial information about the business, because it's not enough to validate identity, but you want like the health of the business. So here we ask the business owner to upload, let's say, financial statements, certificates of registration. So we have an AI agent automatically extract the information, perform like things like financial analysis. But where we introduce vLEI is we first determine if it's actually issued by an OR or like a authorized representative of the company, like a CFO. So the vLEI is used to certify that business. And then what we also do is we do a automated ultimate beneficial ownership inquiry. So here we have a platform where we simply put the business owner, like the name and information, email, contact information of the UBO, so the ultimate beneficial owner. We initiate a request. The ultimate beneficial owner gets a message, but before doing that, I kind of it was very fast. But we ask the person before he goes through the UBO process to first provide his vLEI credentials to make sure that he is he is the person that we're trying to contact. He is the CEO or CFO, right? So all of that we bring together in a comprehensive platform that will hopefully make the jobs easier for compliance teams within companies. So if I jump back, all right. So essentially, what we've built for this hackathon is like a platform that integrates information from local business registries, automatically cross-references that with information in the LEI database. We then make sure that information it comes from a trusted authoritative source within the company using vLEI. We combine it with AI intelligence, so extracting information from public sources, from authoritative sources like news media, social networks, Wikipedia or whatever. And then we also extract information from submitted documents from the ORs or the authorized representatives of the company, like financial statements, business registration documents, extract the information there, but making sure that those documents were actually submitted by an authorized representative by using his vLEI credentials. All of that is, assembled and analyzed, and then we go through also a process of not only looking at the business but also the ultimate beneficial owners behind the business. So here, when we do an inquiry with the UBO, we ask the UBO for his vLEI credentials as well, just to make sure we're contacting the right owner. So all of that is put together in one platform. So it's compliance as a service, turnkey, makes it easier for compliance teams to roll it out without spending a long time rolling out a platform. So obviously there's various use cases. So one is easy and fast onboarding for customers. So somebody opening an account with a bank, third-party risk management like supplier vetting, If you're a fund management, like you're investing on the health and the backgrounds of the owners of the businesses, regulatory compliance, market expansion, real estate and logistics. So there's a lot of use cases for such a turnkey KYB platform that integrates LEI and vLEI. All right, so that's essentially what we presented in this hackathon. Thank you very much, and shout out to Esteban for helping us understand the LEI and vLEI. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Jane, as well for making a good use case how to utilize vLEI into the onboarding process and the demo you showcased for the KYB process. And that's it. That's kind of concludes the presentations of our 6 finalists for this hackathon. And let's take a moment to appreciate the breadth of the innovation and the ideas and the efforts all the team put in. And probably let's give a round of applause to all the presenters. So we've seen actually people like initially the PixForce, they talked about the how to use vLEI into the digitalizing core trade documents to build trust trade network from the team from Beijing AEO Trade to create powerful data-rich financial platforms for SMEs with team from Taiwan, and also Data Swift for the SM the wallets and the SME businesses. Also, we see digital trade data firms like CRIF, how they integrate this vLEI into their business for risk and credit rating. And finally, the onboarding of businesses using the POC created by a small team. But what unites them all is the transformative use of vLEI as a foundational layer of trust for the digital economy. And probably let's also give a round of applause to the whole team of Glyph and also the founders of the great idea. Now, actually, the toughest task starts. This is like how to. I think it's you can see all the great work being put in. It's everyone has some innovative ideas, have some potential issues, but however, how to really get the deliberation going for the winners, that's a tough question. I think the team's actually working over there. Let's probably invite all the team members come for a photo opportunity while we calculate the score.
May I now invite all of the finalists to come up to have a group photo with Mr. Alan Shao. Also, let's welcome Mr. Alexandra Kesh, CEO of vLEI for the photo, Ms. Eva Chan from Certizen Technology, and Henry Roxas of Affinity to the stage for the photo, please. Thank you. Please remain on stage for the award presentation, and please may I invite Mr. Alan Shao to announce the winner for us, please.
Well, I think calculations going still, but well, let's see. All right.
Okay, so
Thank you. First of all, let's review the run-up.
and the runner-up of the Live Global Forum Hackathon 2025 goes to
Team AEO Trade from Beijing. Alex,
Thank you. Now, the most exciting moment, the winner of the Live Global Forum Hackathon 2025 goes to
Team Data Swift.
Let's give one more big round of applause to all our finalists and winners for their outstanding achievements. Thank you, Mr. Allen. You can remain, be seated. Yeah. And now, to conclude the remarkable day, it's my great honor to invite Mr. Alexandra Cash, CEO of the Global Legal Entity Identifier Foundation, GLIFE, to deliver the closing remarks. Mr. Cash, please.
Thank you very much. So this was very, very good. And the winners today and the runner-ups are joining two other winners at the New York Hackathon event we had in last week, no, this week actually. Clearstream, which is part of the Deutsche Börse Group and London Stock Exchange, so quite a group of interesting innovator despite their size in a way. So I want to thank every contestant today. I think everything you presented today was quite impressive and interesting to see, and also to me, revealing of the number of use cases that vLEI can really enable and LEI can really enable. That interoperability layer that it can bring across border, across industry is very critical, I think, for us to deploy and to demonstrate further. And the objective of the vLEI Hackathon was exactly that. It was to start building an ecosystem of users, an ecosystem of use cases that can be implemented in the future, demonstrating the value of LEI, demonstrating the value of the vLEI. So I don't want to take too much time. I just want to thank you all for attending today. I believe there's a drink afterwards. Yes. So I don't want to stand too much between you and the drink. I'm myself very interested in a drink. So thank you, everybody, and hope to see you in a next event. We don't know when it will be, but more will be announced in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cash, for that inspiring conclusion and for your leadership in advancing global digital identity standards. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's GLIFE Global Forum on Digital Organization Identity. A heartfelt thank you to all our moderators, panelists, hackathon teams, and guests for making this event a true success. Please join us for networking and refreshments just outside the training theater. Don't forget to visit our showcase booths. Thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing you at next year's forum. Thank you.